Okay. Oh, that's a bit loud. Oh, that should be better. Alright, I should be alive now. Yeah, the Silver Palace thing. Yeah, I didn't get an invite to the thing, so it's just whatever. Alright. Like, I did, there was like no special other type of sign up thing, so I couldn't apply for things that way. It is what it is. But yeah, I was gone for a few days because I wasn't feeling that well. But now we're back. So here we are, I guess. Alright, let's see. I need to do a lot of stuff, right? Because weekly reset and everything. But yeah, I did hear about the Silver Palace beta starting. But like, yeah. The access, so no access. It is what it is. Why is it being weird? Okay, I don't know why Windows is acting weird. Maybe I should have rebooted my PC before starting. Yeah, for some reason Windows acting super weird right now. That is... Oh, because of that. God damn it. Alright, let me just reopen my thing. But yeah, it is what it is. Alright, let's see. What dailies do I have? Barons, Surf Jones, I'm X the network, how have my alt account? It has... Okay. And then it has patrol droids, so I'll get that done real quick. At least it's quick and easy stuff. But yeah. I heard that the Silver Palace beta was starting. Although we didn't get in or didn't get access, so we won't be looking at it. It is what it is. Though I don't know if they actually have anything interesting in the beta, or if it's just what we saw in like the trailers and footage that they released. Because like they didn't really show all that much of anything. So who knows? Right, who knows? Alright, let's get dailies done. Then I have to do Raiden Final Trial as well. Oh shit. Didn't line the thing up properly. Wait, no, I want preset 4. Then we'll find out news about what's going on in there. Alright, in a few days or whatever. Okay. Yeah, I still need to do the new patch stuff. The same with the with thing. Like I haven't touched a lot of this stuff in What Night of Biz either. Alright. Give me a sec. Get a lot of these dailies done. Oh yeah, what are they? I haven't even touched any of the event stuff either. Oh, we have this shit now. Of course they do. Alright, I'll eventually have to get this stuff done. Apparently people are saying something here is bugged though. So we'll see what that's about at some point. But like, yeah. When is the level cap being raised on the warp server? I haven't like touched it in the past couple of days. Because like I'm trying to keep my level low enough to get mentored and stuff. Alright. 1 sec. Yeah, I got one more daily to do on my alt. Damn, last minute break from Destiny, I don't know about that. And then we have that thing for raid this week. Alright, cool. Mm-hmm. Alright, let's try to get people for raid and final trial. Alright, cool. We just immediately filled out. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Shut my ultimate combo. We'll probably be fine. Right, surely we'll be fine with the red. Surely it'll be fine. Right. Let's see. Let's see. Mm-hmm. Oh shit. It was even the wrong. It just died immediately. Oh, I had to switch my element back. Did it as the wrong element. Whatever. Time for final trial. Alright, let's get on in. Alright, a final trial time. Hi there, Darkwell. Welcome, welcome. I was gone for a few days. My coughing got pretty bad. so I just took a break. I'm still coughing a bit, but it's like not as bad. So like, yeah, here we are. Oh, why isn't my ult loading the thing properly? Bruh. What the fuck insta-killed me? Come on, gotta kill Colton. This slow is the worst, man. Alright, easy. Right, nice, quick and easy. Now I just need to do my joint ops and then I guess get the dream machines or whatever. Alright. What is today's joint up anyways? Okay, I got Hyena's Arena. So I want to use a Volt. But yeah, when is the level cap being raised on Warp server? I guess I could just like dump these. Didn't realize I had 40 of those. I know, it's so bizarre. It's not really free. It's free in quotation marks. It's free if you put the free in quotation marks. It's not actually free. Right, it's free in quotation marks, not actually free. What? Shit's eventually finally gonna get this to 4-piece 3-star. But the entire set there is completely worthless. Only took an eternity to get it. And by the time I get it, entirely worthless. Well, it did have a use now for the short time I did use Annabella for Flame, like a year ago. Alright, remove the guy. Hi, Flagger. Welcome, welcome. Alright, let's go get dailies and dream machines done. Alright, let's go get some of those done. Wait, why did it teleport me over there? The fuck? Oh. Right, because they don't even have Void Piercer equipped anymore. I was like, wait. Right. Because, like, I don't even use Void Piercer anymore. I got so used to having Void Piercer equipped, I just, like... I forgot Void Piercer was not equipped. Alright, dress time. Alright, let me get my alt warped in.
Initiating target elimination.
Another weekend? What? What do you mean? But yeah, my cough was pretty bad over the weekend. I just decided not to. But it's fine now. Well, a lot better now. Yeah, another week. Okay. Let's get these done. Oh god, my alt got a really bad dream machine. God damn it, why did it have to get the stupid freaking shooting defense one? I hate that dream machine. It means I probably do a really awful dream machine on my ult.
Target eliminated.
I swear, the freaking stupid defense thingy, Dreamscape challenge, whatever, Dream Machine, where like you have just a bunch of mobs coming. I swear, that's like a good advertisement for fucking Meryl. The Vault Meryl, just so you can just AFK. Cause it's such an annoying Dream Machine, cause it's so... It takes so long to do, and then... You can't even AFK it. But yeah, at least, you know, it doesn't take too long to fill groups for like raids and final trial. Especially when everyone's doing it every day. Oh yeah, I just realized I forgot to like do thing.
Awaiting command.
No, one sec. Forgot to do the
Target eliminated.
God damn it, I hate it when the freaking Dream Machine is just a really bad one. And it gives like a long one too. Alright, waiting for my ult to load back in. Alright.
Awaiting command.
Let's get loaded to the next one. And it's already dead. Of course it is.
Awaiting command.
And I didn't get shit. Alright. I'll just do join up then.
Target eliminated.
I'll get the other Dream Machines done later in the week, cause like I also have to like... I also want to finish doing one of the things I need to get done in Duet Night at Best this stream. Like I want to finish it, so... I think we'll end up like spending more time there. Just get our ToF stuff done quickly first. But like, yeah. But yeah, like the one downside of like no longer using Void Piercer is having to manually switch to a Void Piercer preset just so I can teleport to World of Bosses. Alright, let me get my ult over. And I think we should have like another ToF test server. I think it's either next week or the week after. I don't know. I know they have like the whole recruitment for the test server going on now for the global test. So that should be soon as well. Alright, let's get on in here. Yeah, if I do the other second join up, I'll probably just quickly do the White Knight Abyss. Not the White Knight Abyss, the Snowbreak stuff, I mean. And then we'll go to the White Knight Abyss. We'll go again. Alright. It's so annoying not having Void Piercer in use. Because I have to go through an extra step now every single time. That took its sweet time to load. Hi, Tara. Welcome, welcome. Oh, did I get another? Okay, I got another dream machine there. Okay, both of my accounts got another dream machine. Nice. I'll get them both done. Alright. Alright, time to go kill Lucia again. And then we'll go check the dream machine.
be wrong. It was you. Ah, my sweetheart. I will avenge you.
Yeah, I saw the picture you put. Let's loot this thing. And we're done with that one. Then we gotta do the dream machine. Mm-hmm. No, I'm not. I'm good. Oh damn it. My ult has the AFK thing again, and then I have this matching one. Nah. Got all of that one done. I should go check on what I can get from thing. But I guess I should also just try to finish up all my dream machines today, so I don't have to worry about them later. Yeah, I gotta get one more dream machine done. But like, no, with what you described, I'm like, I don't really care. Alright. Yeah, I should see at least with it. What am I getting in the thing? Am I gonna get the final skin I need? Will I get the final skin or not? Let's see. Oh damn it. Nope, nothing here. Yeah, I don't care. If I'm gonna be honest. Like, I actually just don't. And he doesn't sell get the skin I need on my ult either. Rip, rip, rip. Yeah, I need Radiant Flash for my ult and I need a different thing on my main. That's unfortunate. Mm-hmm.
Target eliminated. Awaiting command.
Alright, one sec. Damn it, my ult didn't get a Dream Machine. I'll go try to get another one spawned in then. Nope, there's a cooldown. I'll get the thing here done first. I'll just last stream again. And now it's supposed to be like this. Okay. Yeah, let me get my last stream machine first.
Target eliminated. Awaiting command.
Oh damn it, it's still not a freaking spongy machine for my ult. Yeah, I really should have just like rebooted my machine before going live. Just for some reason, the shit's just lagging. Fucking Windows, man. Windows being a piece of shit like usual. Mm-hmm.
Initiating target.
Does my ult get the dream machine? Let's see. Nope, still no dream machine. God damn it, that's annoying. Alright, what do I got? Let's see. Will my ult get the dream machine? Mm-hmm. Alright, cool. My ult got its last dream machine. Alright. Let me go to part of the AFK spot. Oh, that's a stupid matching one. Great. Alright, let's get up here. And then we go do the thing here. Like that. And then we get our Norns. And then I'll quickly look in the check out the warp server. I need to see when like the level cap gets raised before we do stuff there. So let's do that real quick. Let's go see warp server.
The deep space is right.
Mm-hmm. We in PSP are very old. Yep. Some random game she linked to me in my Discord. But yeah, hi Elreal Jeff. Just quickly getting stuff here done. I haven't touched the warp server in days. Because I'm like trying not to level up. Oh, level cap is not raised yet. I have to be careful. So I can get a mentor when level 71 drops. I'm like being very, very careful. Like I'm trying not to level up right now. So that when level 71 comes, I can get a mentor. So I haven't really been touching stuff lately. But like, yeah. So let's just get the stuff here done real quick, and then we'll do Snowbreak stuff real quick. And then after that, we'll do an Night Abyss stuff. I still have to do like the story and stuff and do a Night Abyss. Like I'm behind on a bunch of stuff, but yeah. Alright, that's a mech in there. Need one more creature. Could probably just kill something over there. Mm-hmm. But yeah, and then eventually I have to like do the story and stuff and get caught up with a bunch of the stuff in here too. Because I haven't really touched a lot of the stuff here yet. Wait, where's Nebula Station at? Why is my button not showing up? I don't know. Apparently there's no jump button in Silver Palace. And stuff, apparently, is what people are saying in Mr. Cake's Discord. People are talking about how there's like no jump button and stuff. So, who knows what that's about? Apparently. Alright, let's get Snowbreak stuff done now. And then the map is a very tiny. It's stuff like that. Okay. Freaking Snowbreak is always weird when it's in a loading screen and like in windowed mode. I need to like fix certain things with it still. Because like it's annoying when like if you click on the window too early before it's finished loading certain things or try to drag it around. The window just like gets borked. And they still never fixed it after all this time. Okay. Need to get the thing here. Right, gotta get everything done across. When are we gonna get the thing to finish up with a new mosher? At least now she can ignore 20% of the target's defense. Wait, I wonder like how well that stacks with the one from thing. Yeah, another 10%. Alright, that's like Wait, no, that's resistance. The other one's defense. Okay. Alright, and get the Katu thing done. Alright. Then we can claim all that. Damn, there's like barely 2 weeks left. Just a little over 2 weeks left before the next Snowbreak patch. Okay. Yeah, I need to do this. Alright, let's get the stuff here done.
Keep up, or you won't be able to see my charming figure. Keep up, or you won't be able to see my charming figure. Keep up, or you won't be able to see my charming. My bullets are faster than even my turbo. Stay where you are. That's their weakness. Noted.
I still can't get used to these voices, man.
Professor Frisho will lag behind. Is anybody hurt?
I still can't get used to those voices. But yeah.
Wander off this time.
Like, even though we've had it for a couple of months now, these voices, I still can't get used to them, man.
Stay calm, Sirius. You can do this. Please, get out of my way. Objective complete. All recorded.
But like, yeah, it is what it is.
I won't wander off this time. I'll stay close to you, Adjutant. Please, get out of my way.
Alright, next one.
Don't you worry. Professor Frisho will lag behind. Keep up, or you won't be able to see my charming figure. Is anybody hurt? Keep up, or you won't be able to see my charming figure. Your defeat was Stay where you are. My bullets are faster than even my turbo. That's their weakness. Noted.
Alright,
Keep up, or you won't be able to see my charming figure.
alright, other side. And I still gotta do more of the Plants vs. Zombie event. And then end this week's Gigalinks. We got stuff there to do. We have to check on the other events as well.
Excuse me, coming through. I did
Alright.
that too. I'll stay close to you, Adjutant. recorded.
Right, now over here.
I'll stay close to you, Adjutant. Excuse me, coming through. Won't feel lost anymore. I did it too.
Alright, we just gotta get all this stuff done. Mm-hmm.
Keep up, or you won't be able to see my charming figure. My bullets are faster than even my turbo. Stay where you are. This gun doesn't have an auto-load program? Is anybody hurt? Don't you worry. Professor Pre-Show won't lag behind. Time for a firepower showcase. That's their weakness? Noted.
Alright, next
Don't
one.
you worry. Professor Pre-Show won't lag behind.
Now for the other side. Alright, let's get this side done.
I'll stay close to you, Adjutant. I'll stay close to you, Adjutant. Oh. Excuse me, coming through. Won't feel lost anymore. I'll stay close to you, Adjutant.
Alright, now for the next one.
Objective complete. All recorded. I won't wander off this time. I did it too. Please, get out of my way. Ooh, that was a close one.
And now for the next one.
Don't you worry. Professor Pre-Show won't lag behind. Keep up, or you won't be able to see my bullets are faster than even my turbo. Cut! Time for a firepower showcase. Keep up, or you won't be able to see my charming figure. This gun doesn't have an auto-load program?
Alright, next
Don't you
one.
worry. Professor Pre-Show won't lag behind. That's their weakness? Noted.
now for the other side.
I'll stay close to you, Adjutant. I'll stay close to you, Adjutant. Stay calm, Cirrus. He's me. Coming through.
Right now for over here.
Won't feel lost anymore. I won't wander off this time. Is it my turn now? I'll stay close to you, Adjutant. Objective
And
complete.
edge.
All recorded.
Easy. Alright, cool. We got that done. What other events do we have here? Right, that thing is still going on. Defense line 0 is over. Oh, the next phase is in like 2 days, so we can't do that yet. So there's just more Garden Mayhem and then, Gigalink stuff. Yeah, where's Boo Boo? Let's run her through. One sec. Oh, it just barely moves her. Wait, what the hell? Why is there Shadow Raid mode again? Is there an event or something? Why is there Shadow Raid mode? Oh wait, no, we have this event. Wait, did we also have that last week and I didn't pay attention? No, it's just this week. Okay. Yeah, I still can't afford those.
こういうのがお好みなんだね。
Why not? Let's give it to her. What is the rest of her manifestations anyways? That makes them take enemies take more ballistic damage. That gives it more chaos damage. And then her M5 is like not that interesting. Okay. Cool. Let's see, can we get a giggling done? Alright, let's see. I just need one more. But yeah. Mm-hmm. Alright, let's get it done. Mm-hmm. Alright, let's see. Alright, let's see what buff we can get here. Okay, I think I got the best buff I can get. Now we just gotta wait for the milkers. Alright, let's see. Guess I'll take that. Well, that was quick. That was really quick. Alright, let's see. Alright, let's go again. Nope, we got a different player. No milkers this time. Just another one using Boo Boo.
異常なし、新装備との相性よし、あとは私に任せてよし。うっさー、邪気がムンムンする。くらえ。超服商材だね。くらえ。くらえ。
Alright, let's see.
神夜を開。流行越境。諸悪滅上。滅。ブブ。分析員の期待は絶対裏切らないもん。
We'll get the amped up one.
邪気がムン。くらえ。くらえ。超服商材だね。
Alright, let's see. Wait, what? Give me a different set.
分析員の役に立てて嬉しいよ。この汚れ目。
Let's go to the shop here. Wait, did I forgot to get the buffs there. Whatever. I'm too far away now. And done. Right, I won't do all the gigglings at once. Just when it's boosted. Yeah, I'll just quickly do a suicide the stage. Mm-hmm. And then we'll get into do at night best after. Because I still gotta do like a lot of the thing, but yeah, hi there, Reptile. I wasn't, my coughing got pretty bad the past couple of days. But it's better now, that's why I didn't stream for the bit. Right, I gotta finish, like, farming for a bunch of stuff all over the place. And get everything done. So we're here now. I know I was, like, sent a bunch more reacts and stuff. We'll probably look at that maybe while I'm grinding in, the White Knight Abyss. We'll probably do that, maybe. How long is the Snowbreak segment? But I hate how YouTube like changed the freaking layout of stuff because it's like not very good compared to like the old way it was set up. It's so annoying to like look for the if I want to like check for like timestamps and stuff. I can't do that anymore from the preview page. It is so annoying. Hip fire when moving. Any skill, chaos damage. Okay. So it's pretty much just use this.
ブブ分析員の期待は絶対裏切らないもん。楽勝だったね。くらえ。くらえ。Don't put me down. Okay. 万象入居。なんてったってヘイムダルだから。有効一挙。楽勝だったね。
are not taking enough for me to properly play Boo Boo.
Don't slow me down, okay? Shadow Driver!
Alright, we got perfect kill streak. Cool. What's my score?
分析ここにいたんだね
Only 27 on 1, so. Okay. I gotta do it like 3 more times. We'll do that next time, though. Cause like I ratcheted up everything over here. Yeah. Alright, let's switch over to the other thing then. Alright, let me switch over. Oh, great. I just went. My emulator and then it freaking makes me weird. Of course. Alright, give it a sec. God damn it, Windows. Give me back my freaking view of my desktop. Alright, took it long enough. Now it's making my model lag. Alright, let's get it booted up. Mm-hmm. What the hell? Oh, it picked up the freaking launcher as a thing. Sure. Alright, where the freaking... Where's the game? Why does it always take so long? And of course it has to do that. Why can't it do it from the launcher, man? It's so annoying that it has to like go in and it's like, nope, I'm gonna close myself. And then I have to go through the thing again. Alright, let's get loaded in. Mm-hmm. Load. Alright. I don't think... Yeah, I didn't do this yet. Feels weird doing the using the bonus special prime ender thing on like this stage, but it's the only thing where like I might potentially need something in the future, and I don't know. I don't know yet, but I might as well get it done ahead of time. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Like, I am not surprised. Like, I'm not. Though I wonder how people are gonna complain about it not having a jump button and stuff and no climbing or whatever. I wonder how they'll post that after.
Now I'm mad. That's it. How pathetic.
Oh, at least I got a bunch of those. Okay. But yeah. It is what it is there. Someone has... Right, Fino's over here. Let's quickly get Fina's secret letters done. Sure. That's the only way to put it. Although it's not even new. That's one way to put it though, I guess.
Pay for wasting my time.
Oh damn it. And it just had to do its stall phase.
You asked for it.
This is so annoying.
My venom is certain of my passion for love.
It just waste time.
Now I'm mad. That's it. Pay for wasting my time. That's it. How pathetic. Let the feeling flow.
Alright, it's dead.
That's it. How pathetic.
Only 21 letters this week. Oh damn it. Would've been nice to get more.
Who's the target today?
Alright. Let's dump the Fina secret letters.
The clients only bought us a teeny bit of time, so let's bust those weird-looking thingies before it's too late. Yay! All down! Commission accomplished!
And of course it gives junk.
Another step forward. As long as I keep proceeding, I'll get there. The clients only bought us a teeny bit of time, so let's bust those weird-looking thingies before it's too late. Yay! All down! Commission accomplished!
And no shard drop.
Yay! All down! Another step forward. As long as I keep proceeding, I'll get there. The clients only bought us a teeny bit of time, so let's bust those weird-looking thingies before it's too late. Yay! All down! Commission accomplished! Another step forward. As long as I keep proceeding, I'll get... The clients only bought us a teeny bit of time, so let's bust those weird-looking thingies before it's too late. Yay! All down! Commission accomplished!
Oh damn it.
All down! Another step forward. As long as I keep proceeding, The clients only bought us a teeny bit of time, so let's bust those weird-looking thingies before it's too late. Yay! All down! Commission accomplished! Yay! All down! Another step forward. As long as I keep proceeding, I'll get... The clients only bought us a teeny bit of time, so let's bust those weird-looking thingies before it's too late. Yay! All down! Commission accomplished! Yay! All down! Another step forward. As long as I keep proceeding, The clients only bought us a teeny bit of time, so let's bust those weird-looking thingies before it's too late. Vanish. Yay! All down! Commission accomplished! Another step forward. As long as I keep proceeding, I'll get there. The clients only bought us a teeny bit of time, so let's bust those weird-looking thingies before it's too late. Yay! All down! Commission accomplished! Yay! All down! Another step forward. As long as I keep proceeding, I'll get there. The clients only bought us a teeny bit of time, so let's bust those weird-looking thingies before it's too late.
Let's get this one done.
Yay! All down! Commission accomplished! Yay! All down! Another step forward. As long as I keep proceeding, I'll get there. The clients only bought us a teeny bit of time, so let's bust those weird-looking thingies before it's too late. Yay! All down! Commission accomplished! Yay! All down! Another step forward. As long as I keep proceeding, I'll get there. The clients only bought us a teeny bit of time, so let's bust those weird-looking thingies before it's too late. Yay! All down! Commission accomplished!
Alright, I have Fina at Intron 5 now.
Another step forward.
Alright, I5 on Fina now.
Who's the target to?
Are you
Hi, Exum. Welcome, welcome.
No taxis.
Now I need to get Fina to I6. And then she can have her element be whatever is needed. Based on enemy weakness.
Who's the target today?
Alright, we got 10 more Fina secret letters.
The clients only bought us a teeny bit of time, so let's bust those weird-looking thingies before it's too late.
I don't have access to the beta, so the answer is no.
All down! Commission accomplished!
I don't have access, so the answer is no.
Hey! Oh,
It's that simple.
another step forward. As long as I keep proceeding, I'll get
Though.
the clients only bought us a teeny bit of time. So let's bust those weird looking thingies before it's too late.
But yeah, I do know that like it's happening right now, but yeah, I don't have access to the beta, so. God damn it. I really hate doing secret letters because I always get garbage drops.
Keep proceeding. I'll get that.
It's also just really tedious to keep doing these over and over and over again.
The clients only bought us a teeny bit of time. So let's bust those weird looking thingies before it's too late. Yay!
But to be honest, outside of the aesthetics, it doesn't really look all that interesting. And from what I'm reading on Discord, what people are talking about, it's not that interesting either.
Forward. As long as I
So, it is what it is.
The clients only bought us a teeny bit of time. So let's bust those weird looking thingies before it's too late. Yay! All down! Commission accomplished!
Not a single freaking shard drop, man.
I keep proceeding.
I hate these secret letter things.
The clients only bought us a teeny bit of
The
time.
drop rate is just like,
Bust those weird looking
it's a
thingies
fucking
before
lie.
it's too late. Yay! All down! Commission accomplished! Another step forward. As long as I keep proceeding, I'll get that. The clients only bought us a teeny bit of time. So let's bust those weird looking thingies before it's too late. Yay! All down! Commission accomplished! Another step forward. As long as I keep proceeding, I'll get. The clients only bought us a teeny bit of time. So let's bust those weird looking thingies before it's too late. Vanish. Yay! All down! Commission accomplished! Another step forward. As long as I keep proceeding, the clients only bought us a teeny bit of time. So let's bust those weird looking thingies before it's too late. Yay! All down! Commission accomplished! Another step forward. As long as I keep proceeding, I'll get. The clients only bought us a teeny bit of time. So let's bust those weird looking thingies before it's too late. Vanish. Reinx only bought us a teeny bit of time. So let's bust those weird-looking thingies before it's too late. Vanish. Yay! All down! Commission accomplished! Yep! Another step forward.
Who's the target today?
Alright, we got this shit to do. Then there's like Mystic Maze crap I gotta get done.
Corners of the world I've never seen. For a life ablaze. We know where their star player is hiding. Let's go defeat. Oops, I mean, eliminate them. The next round seems to be a territory battle. Let's hurry over.
Drive them out of the designated zone! Victory will surely belong to us! Chief's the best!
I don't want to win.
Come on.
The pride of the Legion rests on you!
Yeah.
They're so stubborn. Guess it's time to get serious.
What the hell did the guy over there just step out of his zone?
There's still next round. We still have a chance.
It's starting finally! The third match! Quick, to the prize tip! Blossom like flowers.
got the fruit of victory in its name!
Alright, time to open the chest.
It's open! Yay! We won!
Alright, what blueprints do I get?
This journey will be etched in my heart forever.
Resolve, Serenity, and Morale. Okay.
Let's go to corners of the world I've never seen. Hey, the burning sunshine. The next round seems to be a territory battle. Let's hurry over!
I see ya. Yeah, cause like to me it just looks like another generic thing there. The Victorian aesthetic is nice, but like I don't really see anything else interesting there.
I can't stop here.
Drive them out of the designated zone. Victory will surely belong to us. Chase the
Then again, you have people going crazy over a drifting horse for some reason.
Break free from the cocoon.
But like, can you imagine what the hell that's gonna do to the fucking horse by making it drift? Right? Like, drifting is a great way to destroy your car's tires. Can you imagine doing it to the fucking hooves of a horse?
The pride of the Legion rests on you.
Can you just imagine?
Oh, there's some stuff. Guess it's time to get serious.
Oh well.
Even though we lost, there's still next round. We still have a chance.
Finally! The third match! Quick, to the prize chest! We can't let it's starting now! Blossom like flowers.
out of the designated zone. Victory will surely belong to us. Shapes the best.
Alright.
The chest is open! Yay! We won! This journey will be etched in my heart forever.
Damn, only 2 drops this time. Alright.
To corners of the world I've never seen. Wait, what? The first match is starting already? Let me see. Our first task is to eliminate the star player of the fourth Shaken's team. But we've no idea where the others are hiding. Let's look around for clues. We know where their star player is hiding. Let's go defeat. I mean, eliminate them. The next round seems to be a territory battle. Let's hurry over! Break free from the cocoon.
Alright.
Drive them out of the designated zone. Victory will surely belong to us. Shapes the best.
No, we just wait. Come on. What are the secret letters we have now?
The pride of the Legion rests on you.
Get up. Let me just head over to the chest.
There's some stuff. Guess it's time to get serious. Even though lost, there's still next round. We still
It's starting now! Finally! The third match! Quick, to the side chest. We can't let anyone else grab it. One lock open. Keep it up. We can get the rest too.
Your devout followers! Pluck the fruit of victory in its name!
Supposed to live on.
For the glory of the Legion. Advance!
Alright,
The chest is open! Yay! We won!
alright, what wedges will I get this time?
I can't stop here. I have to keep fighting.
This journey will be etched in my heart forever.
Damn, only got 2 things there.
Who's the target today? Who's the target today? Who's the target today? I should...
Samuel, here we go!
Are you inviting me on a date? Let me provide medicine for the battles to come.
Alright, let's see. Gotta get rid of these. Nope, not enough to get the thing there. All of those suck. Alright, let's go get rid of some wedges here.
The best part of life is the adventure!
Yeah, I don't need 1,017 of those. Goddamn.
Who's the target today?
Let me provide medicine for the battles to come.
Yeah, I can get this to +10 if I go do the things now. There. Alright, let's get this stuff done.
Patience shall carry me through. Samsara's pulse. Yeah. As every river returns to misty sea.
Alright, we gotta do these a bunch of times.
Like the mass of tears Night comes to be. Be still. Is my body.
Alright, next one.
Like the mass of tears Night comes to be.
Alright, at least I get a bunch of attack there.
As every river returns to the misty sea.
God damn it, there's an ice hole here.
Like the mass of tears
Alright, boss time.
Night comes to the light. Samsara helps. Yeah.
Alright, let's see here. Okay, let's see. What can I get here? That converts all damage to true damage. Cool. Alright, let's see how this works with all my damage being true damage now.
Not bad, I must say. Keep it up. Samsara's hopes. Meaningless struggle. Show me what you're made. Don't think you can get away.
Alright, exit out of that one. Okay. Claim that. Alright, and I still got a bunch more of these I gotta get done.
Who's the target today?
I did not realize that thing wasn't. Some of those weren't subjected to the weekly cap. Neither was that one. Okay. And there's just under a week left of the thing here. Okay. Cool. But I gotta do a bunch of these. Unfortunately.
Stand watch upon the shore of the river of life. Yeah. Night comes to be. Samsara's pulse.
Let's see what we got here. Next one. As the Vectory River returns to the misty sea. We got range attack speed. Okay. That was quite the delayed response that you gave there. Like what? Almost 2 hours delayed? Okay. Let's get this done. let's keep going.
Samsara's pulse. Night turns to day.
Yeah, these are just shit buffs and everything I'm getting. Alright, let's go kill the boss at the end.
As every rhythm returns to the misty sea. Night turns to day. Be still, dear. 'Tis my guidance.
Yeah, this shit's just annoying because of like how many times I have to do this stuff over and over again just to clean out the shop.
I stand watch upon the shore of the river of life.
Oh well. Let's get this shit done. Maybe I'll put a react or something on. Let's see if there's like anything we can put to switch to. You know, I should look. I should give it a look because it's just like boring or whatever. Just sit there and like farm this shit. Alright, what did people send me here? Palworld is getting trading card game. Yeah, I heard about that. What is this? What is this? Episode guide. Okay. A Google search killed the CIA agents. What the fuck is this? There's a Trump phone situation now? What the fuck? I was sent some Enfield stuff apparently. I don't know who Peter Molyneux is, but what is this? A base building management game? Okay. Ah, it's one of those. Wait. Then you can go in first person view? Oh, that's neat. That's in 3 months. Alright, that's cool. Cool. A survival base building game. God game. Wait. God game is a category? Ah, I see. Ah, yes, World Box God Simulator. I played a bunch of this back at the, a while back. This one was cool. God Simulator. Okay. It's like in that group of stuff. Cool. Alright, let's scroll up and see what I might have missed. Free run trending worldwide. Okay, that's cool. This is the NTA pre-register award thing. Yep. Of course. Cool. Oh yes, the Dragon Quest VII remake. That's cool they got the demo out. Remake director Naoki says newer employees at Square now say Final Fantasy 13 is their favorite Final Fantasy game. Interesting. Okay. Never played it, but okay. I see. Nintendo employee blames lack of a major game for disappointing thing. Yeah, here, we can play this. I'll put this in.
Uh-oh, John. I think these latest sales numbers for Switch 2 might have Nintendo feeling a bit like Mario there behind you on the ground.
A bit deflated. Oh no!
Just laid out like an anime character. So here's the deal, everyone. A few weeks ago, we had a report from Circana saying that console sales for November were the worst they've ever been since 1995, and that both the Switch 2 and Switch 1 combined sold less than the Switch 1 did last year.
That is hilarious and sad.
Coming to us by way of the game
I mean, it doesn't help how they raised the price instead of lowering it.
So here's what they have to say: that across November and December,
so like, it's not surprising.
In the US and Western countries in general were down 35% compared to what the Switch 1 was in its launch year for the same period, November and December, back in 2017. So
well, they raised the price of the Switch 1, and Switch 2 is way too expensive for what it provides and offers.
Good news is that it wasn't as bad as some other European territories, including the UK, where it was only down 16%. On the upside, kind of, is doing fine in Japan. Not quite as high as Switch 1, but close enough. That's not a big deal. But otherwise, it sounds like in Western markets, it's running into trouble. Now, the report did speak to a senior Nintendo employee, though unnamed, that
it's like 30-something% cheaper in Japan compared to the rest of the world.
And the absence of a
that
major
also
Western
helps.
game. So I think those are valid points, and John, I want to get your kind of take on this real quick. What is
so the Japan-only models are region locked.
Did you see this coming? Is this a surprise to you? And do you think it makes sense that the Switch 2 is kind of stumbling a little bit at the end of the year?
I think there's nothing complicated about it. I think the economy just kind of sucks right now. All around, everybody's feeling the pain. We're not getting our pay raises that we probably need. People are losing their jobs. The game industry's losing their jobs. Just a lot of chaos in the
Shit's
economy.
funny how it's like
for the
everything is
Western,
going down
all
on
around the world,
console
to be
side, but
honest.
then like
And people
Steam,
are thinking
it,
more
like,
critically. It's
hit
like,
a fucking
do I
new
need
record
a fancy new
like, breaks
console
new
this weekend?
records.
It's like I can't budget this. My kids, they want a new console.
In terms of
I'll
sales
just get
and
this one
stuff.
that's on sale. They'll love it just the same.
Yeah. So you're agreeing with the senior Nintendo employee being that there were a complicated economic landscape as a factor for this.
Yeah, to a degree.
Yeah.
I do think there's some other things like the constantly rising prices of tech. I think the new Joy-Con are $100 now.
Yeah. Yeah. What timing?
And I mean, that's not Nintendo being like, oh boy, I can't wait to raise the prices. That's more like the tech industry has been getting really hurt by tariffs, by AI RAM shortage. All these things are just making the worst gamer experience possible. Just like, oh boy, I want to get a computer.
Yeah, good luck. That's gonna be real expensive real soon. So yeah, I think that's an unavoidable equation, or part of this equation, John. Yeah, the economy isn't doing great right now, despite what the stock market may say. You know, on an individual basis, I think a lot of people are feeling the pain, and it's easy to, you know, skip a console, you know, when that's a pretty significant investment, not even counting the games, you know. At the same time, though, there are, I think, other factors at play here, which the employee also, you know, mentioned. But I do want to say real quick before I dive too deep into this, and we won't keep this, you know, we won't be recording for too long, I think. But the Switch 2 is still a massive success. Like, don't let other YouTubers out there fool you, or maybe even our own thumbnail. The Switch 2 is still a record-breaking console, and apparently, from what I've seen, is still on track to reach the 19 million unit sales within its first fiscal year that Nintendo had laid out originally. So it faltering toward the end of the year, by comparison to Switch 1, not a death sentence for the system by any stretch. It's still doing fine. It will be interesting to see what happens from here. No, I do think part of the reason for also why it may be faltering is because it's been such a huge success. Most people who really wanted the Switch 2, they have one. They were able to get it, especially outside of Japan. Like, beyond the first few days, John, it was not hard to get a Switch 2, maybe even in the first few days. Like, everyone I know who wanted one got one, and I heard that from pretty much everyone in our audience too. If you wanted a Switch 2, you were able to get a Switch 2. Now, granted, that doesn't necessarily mean that those who couldn't afford it got one anyway, so that is still a factor again. But point is, though, the sales that would have initially gone, you know, that in many cases before, Nintendo stockpile systems for the end of the year. In this case, it seems like they didn't need to, or if they did, it didn't matter, because people have already been able to buy a Switch 2 regardless. So that may have affected the end of the year sales. Furthermore, though, another point that the employee brings up is that there wasn't the absence of a major Western game. Because, unfortunately, Metroid Prime 4 just isn't it. Not because of what that game is, that's just Metroid. It has its niche, but I know it's already gone. But that's just not a huge selling game series.
The people don't like Metroid Prime 4, period.
And, you know, real Metroid fans are aware we'll never be quite successful.
So, yeah, so do you think that all makes sense then, John? Do you like that those are the main reasons for why that people may have already owned a Switch 2? I mean, in fact, real quick, like, I think part of the reason why it's done better in Japan is because it had, or seemingly done better in Japan relative to before, is because it's been harder to get one in Japan. Stock has been more limited there, and there's been higher demand for it, which is probably why we saw a more smooth sell rate through the holiday season, which again is why we didn't.
It's also a lot cheaper in Japan.
Yeah, I think just due to them really wanting to get the
region
US
locked
early, and like all the Western people early, and being well stocked, it was able to satisfy that demand early on, rather than people scrambling it for the holiday like Jingle All the Way or something.
Amazing reference. Such a good movie.
Oh, yeah. I thought you would like that.
Put that cookie down.
But yeah, in Japan, it's still hotly desired because, yeah, it's still tight there. It's still, like, people have to do raffles, and the exclusives there are more tailored towards the Japanese audience. I would say a lot of the exclusives that have been coming are very big for Japan.
Yeah, Kirby Air Riders is one example. I think that is kind of more geared toward Japan, though I'm a fan of it as well, and a lot of people are. But I think in particular, if you play online, you'll see a lot of Japanese players, you know, so...
Hyrule Warriors, that's a more Japanese, like, Muso's huge in Japan.
Yeah. That's a good point. So yeah, we didn't have that big Western title. I mean, I think Nintendo may have been gearing Metroid Prime 4 to kind of be that. It just, wasn't. And I don't know there was I don't know if there was even a scenario which it could have been, you know?
Metroid Prime is for Metroid Prime fans.
That's pretty much it.
Because I've been enjoying it. I actually got distracted by another game, but I've been super enjoying it. I think a lot of the hate around that game was Western audiences who don't understand Metroid. So,
yeah.
I don't know
that's the
about
exact
that.
issue at hand. It's like Metroid's not.
Not
the
from some of the
Western
reviews
game.
I've seen.
I mean,
Mario Kart is more, but like even then, Mario Kart's just Mario Kart.
I mean, Mario Kart's huge no matter what, but it's almost, you know, sad to say old news at this point, but it's been out for, what, 7 months, and so it wasn't, you know, it was already driving Switch 2 hardware, which might explain why it didn't get a major boost in December, or November or December. In any case, John, do you think any of this spells concerns for the future of the Switch 2, at least from Nintendo's perspective?
Probably they might be like a touch more sensitive, but like I can't see them being like hugely concerned. I think they're probably more concerned on like what crazy things are going to happen in the world. By the end of the year. They're like,
will there still
"Oh,
be
boy.
a world in the few
Will there
years from
still
now?"
be a world? We'll see.
Yeah, honestly, I can't see Nintendo being too upset by this, considering the fact that it is still a record-breaking system and is still on track to continue to be. But at the same time, you know, it could be, you know, a possible warning sign that maybe momentum's not going to continue at the same rate that it has. Because there was a lot of pent-up demand for the Switch 2. People were asking for the Switch 2 years ago, you know, and I think all that reflected in the first several months of sales. And now we may finally be finally realizing the actual baseline of the system, in which case, you know, only new software will drive it. And I will say, like, you know, we have a lot of games coming up on the horizon. I don't think there's a ton of huge games, you know, like a lot of games that maybe have their niches, and some that may do better than that even. But we don't have like that big game we're looking forward to yet. So I think the next Direct is really going to help shape, you know, the future, you know, the possible, you know, give us a better idea of what the future momentum of the Switch 2 could be. But again, you know, economic factors can still impact that too. So we're going to have to wait and see on that, yeah.
Yeah, I think for third parties, this is going to be the year of Switch 2 editions. Quick, easy buck, and I think that may help comfort Switch 1 players and be like, okay, I'm being supported going into the next console. Because, I mean, getting a better version of your game is never a bad thing.
It'd be so smart, because you can even reach out, you can even reach owners who had the Switch 1 but ignored your game originally. Maybe that would engender interest in it on the Switch 2, especially now that it runs better, you know? There's plenty of games on Switch that didn't run great, they can revisit and make it, you know, actually perform well on Switch 2. Not even counting new ports.
I've been playing Immortal Phoenix Rising. It was like $4. And
Damn,
I was
these
just
are
thinking, it's like, man,
garbage
Switch 2 edition
buffs.
of this would be fire. Ubisoft, if you're listening, don't give up on that game.
Kind of surprised that they haven't done that already, because they're usually, I mean, and they have been a big supporter of Switch 2 and continue to be, but that seems like an easy in for them now, right? So maybe
do that with the Rabbids games, like easy win.
That would be. All right, John, any final thoughts on Switch 2 sales, or are we about wrapped up here?
I think we're good. I think this is like not too much. You know, as a consumer, I don't need to worry about this. I want games.
That's such a good point. For one, some YouTubers, and I'll admit, even maybe our own thumbnail, are going to make a bigger deal about this than it actually is. I mean, beyond the video, we're not going to be covering this unless more bad reports come out. But like some YouTubers will portray this as, or not just YouTubers, but people in general.
We can mark this off the list.
Switch 2 is doomed. It's dying. It's a dead console, which it could be more off the mark. Like, yeah, its momentum may be faltering a little bit, but that doesn't really mean anything right now. It's still selling a massive amount. It could mean something in the future, but for right now, it's a blip on the radar. So we'll have to wait and see how things shake out. But I wouldn't be too worried if I were Nintendo right now. As long as they have compelling software coming, it'll continue to be a non-issue. I mean, this thing has already outsold the Wii U, right? So, like, no matter what, it's not a disaster on any level, so... All right, and it can't be. So, with that, everyone, thank you so much for watching.
I don't know, that seems cool. Okay. Alright then, let's go see another one then that's on the React list. What the hell is this? Watching my TV tells me because I don't care. What the fuck is this? What the fuck is
Hey guys,
this?
welcome back to Roku City, where the streets are paved with blood and all crime is legal. You know when you're trying to navigate your rapidly deteriorating smart TV and some sponsored bullshit comes up telling you to watch like Darman Christmas, and you're like, who would even click on this?
I would.
I would click on this. It's been a long year, and frankly, I'm tired of thinking. It hurts my head, and I don't want to do it anymore. So I'm going on autopilot. Whatever my stupid TV tells me to watch, I'm going to. No searching, no scrolling. Whatever pops up, I'm hitting play.
Hey, why didn't your brother get any?
First of all, he's not my brother.
Oh no. He's drunk.
Now I have to admit, the main reason I'm making this video is out of spite. I had this fun little idea for a December video where I was gonna search Christmas on every streaming service and keep scrolling and scrolling and scrolling till I got all the way to the bottom where, in my head, I would find some random ass terrible movie that we could all make fun of and have ourselves a merry little Christmas. Well, I was wrong. Because that's not how any of these fucking apps work anymore. If you search something on a streaming service, you're lucky if you get more than one page of results. So how am I supposed to find the crap? I know there's crap in here. Show it to me. There's like 14,000 titles on Prime Video, and you're telling me only 16 of them are Christmas movies? I don't believe you. Hulu has a few dozen, but most of these are only available if you have Hulu with Paramount Plus with Showtime, which, in spite of its impeccable branding, I don't. On Netflix, it seems like there's more results until you realize about half of these are just hour-long videos of a fire. Wednesday fireplace? What about the rest of the week? I can see that there's way more stuff in here, but none of it comes up when I search. Why can't I look for it myself? Why do I have to click on a movie first if I want to see more that are similar? I thought maybe my phone would work better, but on there, Netflix doesn't even try. Christmas movie. What's a Christmas movie? Oh, White Chicks? Groundhog Day? Benjamin Button? What about White Chicks? Groundhog Day? Benjamin Button?
Damn.
You sure you don't want to watch Benjamin Button? I don't want your
Those are
curated
definitely
list. I
some
want a
Christmas
search
movies
feature
there.
that's so all-encompassing and unalgorithmic that it's showing me every episode of House Hunters that took place in a city with the word Santa in it. But even this is only going to exist until HBO gets absorbed by one of the other two companies. If you want to watch Christmas movies on Prime Video, you have to go to their holiday collection, where you'll be shown a bunch of categories that frankly don't mean anything. What's the difference between holiday cheer and festive inspiration? Those are two different things? What does Home for the Holidays mean? Are these romantic Christmas movies? I thought that's what this one was. Are they movies about spending time with your family? They already have a category for that. But here's my favorite thing. There's actually a movie in here called Home for the Holidays, but it's not in Home for the Holidays. It's in festive inspiration. Home for the Holidays is for Sister Swap 1 and 2. Who made this? And don't get me started on It's Giving Holiday Escape. This category is just any movie. Need an escape from Christmas movies? No.
I don't know any of
Otherwise,
these
I wouldn't
movies,
have
but
clicked
like,
on the
this is
Christmas
funny.
movie button. So anyway, that's why I decided to just give up and watch whatever they want me to. You know why? Because it doesn't matter. They're just gonna funnel you towards the same 3 things anyway, so why even bother? You're not supposed to think when you look at your phone. You're not supposed to use your brain when you turn on the TV. Your job is to sit there and stare at whatever we put in front of you. So fine, Netflix, you win. What do you want me to watch? Oh man. All right, I'll talk about Stranger Things. I know I'm uploading this video before the final episode comes out, but I have a lot of opinion about the first 98% of this show, so I'm gonna talk about it anyway. Like most people, I loved season 1 of Stranger Things. The story was fun and original. It was beautifully directed. The music was fantastic. They did such a good job nailing the atmosphere that it made a lot of people, myself included, nostalgic for a time period they weren't even alive for. And if the show ended after one nearly perfect season like they originally planned to, I think it would have gone down as one of the greatest short-lived achievements in television history, right up there with shows like Chernobyl or Fleabag. But I don't blame Netflix for wanting to keep the gravy train rolling, nor do I think everything that came after it was a total waste of time. I thought season 2 was pretty good, season 3 a little bit more so.
How many children are you friends with?
And season 4 was legitimately great. I don't think it needed to be 75 hours long, but its peaks were some of the best of the entire show. But I think you can only ask for so much patience out of your audience. It's been almost 10 years since the first season came out. At this point, I'm not that excited to watch a bunch of 27-year-olds pretending to be teenagers stick their arms out and yell until their nose bleeds. The returns are starting to diminish. I thought about this a lot, and I think I've come up with the perfect comparison. Stranger Things 5 is the same as Kingdom Hearts 3. Hear me out. The first Kingdom Hearts game is about a young boy who gets separated from his friends and family and has to fight through darkness on his journey to reconnect with them. It's simple yet effective. It's a little goofy, but it's also Donald Duck. By the time Kingdom Hearts 3 came out, 17 years later, I found myself skipping every cutscene because I didn't know what the fuck everyone was talking about anyway.
It's not the sum of our parts. It's the sum of our hearts. Yeah!
Similarly, Stranger Things 1 was a story about a young boy who is taken from his friends and family and their fight through darkness on a journey to reconnect with them. It's simple yet effective. It's a little goofy, but it's also Millie Bobby Brown. In Stranger Things 5, we learned that actually the Upside Down isn't the evil place, it's a wormhole, a bridge between the real world and the truly evil place. And the bridge has been deteriorating because Will had too many dreams about it. So now the gang, which is like 30 people at this point, has to breach the abyss so they can defeat Vecna by attacking his core in Dimension X. And Vecna's been posing as Mr. What's-It to lure a bunch of kids into his mind palace.
What's it?
His real name is Henry.
AKA Vecna.
AKA 1. That's too many names.
Also, Eleven's sister is back. Definitely not because we wanted to justify that random throwaway episode we did in season 2, but because it's important to the story. What this show needs is more characters. There aren't enough characters. I think what's taken me out of the show the most at this point is the apparent lack of stakes. They always seem to be in danger. They're always saying stuff like this.
You will die! We will die! Holly will die! Everyone will die!
But then
And
nobody
everyone
ever
died,
does.
the end.
Life or death situations are just temporary inconveniences. The Demogorgons ruthlessly rip through every background extra without
I don't know
breaking
anything
a
about
sweat,
Stranger
and yet when they
Things, so
face any
this
of the
is
main characters, they're suddenly frozen in place.
all
like
going
they all
over my
emanate
head.
some invisible force field that makes them invincible. Even when they inevitably kill off 1 or 2 people in the final episode tonight, it won't change the fact that they've missed every opportunity to do this throughout the show. Not only would this have made the danger actually feel real, but I think it would have better served a lot of these characters. Imagine if Steve died as a hero last season instead of the random new guy they introduced just so they had someone to kill off in his place. Imagine if Hopper actually sacrificed himself 2 seasons ago. Then he could have had a meaningful, emotional send-off instead of just getting dragged through to the finish line, even though he's not adding anything to the show at this point. What we're left with now is a show with a hugely bloated cast that spends half of their screen time just explaining things to each other. Way too much of this season
So they just
is
playing some
characters
weird
in a
D&D
room
session?
answering questions or coming up with a plan.
Are
And
they
all
just
finish
having
each
some
other's
weird
sentences.
D&D session then?
It'll probably take days.
His powers are.
And Nate,
Is that it?
telemetry signal within -60 and -70 dB. Get them to Murray. Smuggle them out of pocket.
All before anyone notices they're gone.
Dick.
What?
Robin somehow has to serve as both a ditzy comic relief, but also the main deliverer of exposition, which feels kind of contradictory, but I guess they have to put this much on her plate because she's one of only a few of the young people on the cast who grew into being a good actor. Maybe it's unfair to criticize any of the individual actors when there's so many nothing performances. So is it the acting, the directing, the writing, or some combination of all 3? The writing is so bad this time around, it's making me question my memory of the other 4 seasons. Were there always this many Disney Channel ass lines? Or like AAA video game writing tropes?
Dick.
Damn.
What?
Sorry, did I say that out loud? I thought I was talking in my head.
That was supposed
That
to be
is
inside thought.
We're going in there?
definitely
Going in there?
We're
a
going to the
description
Scary
for
Monster
playing
Place.
video game block.
We're going to Scary
Lines.
Monster Place.
Is that supposed to be English?
I
or-
say.
And why in this universe, where evil and crazy shit has been happening for like 5 years now, do people still not believe anyone when they say that something evil and crazy is happening?
Monsters aren't real, Holly.
Monsters are real, but not the one you're talking about.
Monsters and alternate dimensions.
His
stupid enough to believe that? You are going through withdrawal.
Robin, that doesn't make any sense. You must be high on drugs. Brother, what city have you been living in? Because it sure doesn't sound like Hawkins, Indiana. Of course, this season is not all bad. In fact, some of it's still really solid. At least half of the cast is still giving really great performances. I actually teared up when Dustin pleaded for Steve not to put himself in danger because he didn't want to lose another one of his friends. And Vecna, both in human and Demogorgon form, is a very intimidating villain. Except when you can see his legs. His legs look dumb as hell. But you know, maybe in that way he's the perfect representation of what Stranger Things has become. The top half is the aesthetic that you see on the surface, a show that maintains the appearance of something competent, but is perched on top of an ever-wavering foundation. Those damn legs. They're too fragile, and we just called it quits in season 4. They would have held on until their final moments, but we got greedy. Now they're trembling under the weight of a world we made too big for its own good. Or maybe they'll stick the landing tonight and I'll be wrong. I hope so. I don't want this show to fail. I don't want it to become the next Game of Thrones. It deserves a good ending. My official prediction for the finale? Thanks for asking. I think everybody dies except for Derek and one Demodog. And together they have to repopulate the Earth.
All right. What do I have to watch today? What the hell is this?
Today's video is sponsored by SoFi, the mobile-first finance company helping its members save, spend, borrow, and invest. The worst thing you can do with your money is cut it up into little pieces and feed it to your dog. But the second worst thing you can do is leave it all in a checking account that's bare. Click the link in the description or scan the QR code on the screen to get started. Thank you to SoFi for sponsoring this video.
It's not like that freaking thing would matter to me. Or most of you guys.
Let's cleanse our palate with some good old-fashioned Christmas slop. Hot Chocolate Holiday is a story
If all my
exists
analytic
in Christmas Town,
demographics
which
is
what I
correct.
like to call the unspecified fictional city where these kinds of movies take place. You know, where it doesn't quite look like real life. It's almost like they're filming inside a snow globe. That's where this movie's set. It's your classic Romeo and Juliet story about two people falling in love in spite of the fact that they own rival hot chocolate cafes. That's right. This town has not one, but 2 cafes that specialize in hot chocolate, and they are right next to each other.
So you're telling me that more people buy your hot chocolate than your coffee?
I love this stuff.
Colette's Cafe is named Colette's Cafe because it's a cafe and her name is Colette. Marcus's Cafe sells sweet pastries and it's called Sweet Pastry. Now the entire plot of this movie is that Colette thinks Marcus stole her hot chocolate recipe and she's freaking out about it. She's making her employees do undercover recon. She's obsessively running taste tests. Wait, why didn't she just drink it? She didn't need to stick her finger in there.
I love this stuff.
This whole thing is crazy to me because, like, I haven't had a ton of hot chocolate in my life, but aren't they all exactly the same? How many different ways are there to make hot chocolate? Surely not enough that you could accuse someone of stealing yours. It's chocolate and it's hot. Both the recipe and the temperature at which it's served are in the name. But they fight about this the whole movie.
That's ridiculous.
This whole thing is ridiculous.
It's a pretty insane choice for a movie plot, but I'm mostly just upset because this was setting up for a perfect twist ending that they completely ignored. See, Colette's recipe has been passed down from her grandmother, and that's why she's so particular about it. He insists he didn't steal it from her, that it's his own proprietary recipe. So anyway, they bicker back and forth for a while. Things escalate romantically. They hook up. Now they're laying in bed together, out of breath, smiling. They just had sex. And that's when he's like,
all right, I'll tell you, the reason I'm so
I
certain
guess.
that I didn't steal your recipe is that mine is actually pretty old. See, I got it from my grandmother. Mine is from my grandmother. What? We're cousins? Well, we just raw dog.
but no, there's no incest.
Okay.
Just boring old regular love. Actually, nothing else really happens in this movie until his cafe catches on fire, and it definitely wasn't her. She wasn't being vengeful and crazy because he stole her recipe. That would make the movie interesting. They actually never figure out what caused it. They kind of just keep beating around the bush.
Do they have any idea what caused this?
They think it came from the kitchen.
Any ideas on the cause?
Might have been an oven.
They think it just started itself.
The more time we're closed,
Bruh.
the less money we make.
That's so true. Everybody in this movie is really smart. This guy's a construction worker, which you can tell because of his hat. And he's like, yeah, I don't know, man. You should just do it.
I'm booked for the next 2 months.
You could do a lot of the work yourself, though.
I can't?
Yeah, you're just gonna need one of these hats. And so he does. They all work together because that's what Christmas is about.
I love this stuff.
Okay, great. They cleared out all the debris, but the walls are still burnt. He's gonna like paint over them. Are they gonna do the landlord special at the hot chocolate cafe? Before we even get an answer to
The
that,
landlord
Colette
special.
surprises Marcus by bashing a hole in the wall.
What are you doing?
Tearing down the wall?
Look, now we have one big cafe instead of 2 little ones.
If it's okay with you.
If it's okay with you, a little late to be asking that question.
We're combining Colette's cafe and sweet pastries.
Sweet pastries here?
But sweet pastries there.
Why?
Because it makes sense.
Well, hard to argue with that logic. Sure, I guess they could have finished the other side before turning her business into an active construction zone, but where's the fun in that? It's Christmas.
I think I'm falling in love with you.
Why is there a hole in the wall?
I love this stuff.
The best thing about watching that movie was that it updated my Hulu algorithm, and now they're recommending nothing but bangers. I'm talking Fred Claus and Spanish. Christmas in Tennessee.
There's no way they're gonna make it in for the Christmas Eve service tonight.
Well, why don't you sing it?
I haven't sung in years. I can't do that.
Mom, I need you to sing.
Gary's gonna sing. Gary's gonna sing. Gary's gonna sing.
Of every childlike heart tonight.
I didn't watch any of those because I saw something called Cowboy Christmas Romance was the #3 movie on Netflix, and I knew I had to see it for myself. This movie's all about the completely unexpected pairing of a city girl and a country boy. That doesn't make any sense. They're from entirely different walks of life. What could they possibly have in common? I don't know. Ever heard of beer?
Beer?
Yeah.
I remembered you liked IPAs.
Okay, beer.
Same.
I remembered that I like IPAs too. Oh boy, the sparks are flying now.
Horses are a lot easier for me than people. Why don't you grab a few of those apples?
Oh, no, I don't.
Grab some of the apples and give her one. And give her another 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 one.
Oh, no, I don't.
Trust me.
The most noteworthy thing about this movie to me is that the guy who plays her brother
Bless you, little brother.
might be the poutiest person I've ever seen. Everything he says is through gritted teeth.
Grab a plate if you're hungry. Yeah, coffee's over there. Chop up those peppers.
He barely opens his mouth the whole movie. It's awesome.
See you around. Or not. Everything okay?
Hey, come on, buddy, cheer up. It's Christmas. Christmas EVV.
If you please, it's time for the main event of Christmas EVV.
Our December 22nd tradition. Dad's gonna sing a song.
It's Christmas.
Wait, he's not. Who's singing? Why did they make it seem like he was gonna sing and then not have him even pretend like he was?
No, don't stop.
Don't stop? He never started. I do like that 2 of the ornaments on this tree are just full-size cowboy boots. You gotta admit, that's pretty cool. And yeah,
Okay.
they fucking a barn. You can take the boy out of the country, but you can't take the country out of the boy.
I love this stuff.
Say what you want about this movie, but they employed a lot of horse actors. I just hope this inspires all the young ponies out there trying to break into the industry. Keep your head up. For as long as white women have cable TV, you'll never be out of work. All right, fine. I'll talk about something good so I'm not just bitching the whole time. Forewarning, I'm about to spoil most of the first season of Pluribus, so maybe skip ahead if you haven't watched it yet. With that out of the way, this show is awesome. And it's been really interesting to see some of the discourse around it. The main criticism of Pluribus is that it can be agonizingly slow. Not enough stuff happens, it's a waste of time, and while I mostly disagree with this, it certainly drags at some points, I understand why it's happening. I honestly think the biggest pitfall of Pluribus is that it's gotten too popular too quickly. In the middle of the very first season, it was announced that this is already the most streamed show in the history of Apple TV. Now, this is partly because it's made by Vince Gilligan, who's responsible for 2 of the most acclaimed shows ever made, and also because only like 100 people are subscribed to Apple TV, so probably not a huge bar to clear. But having a show get so much traction before its first season is even halfway done can lead to a lot of people basing their opinion on an incomplete picture. The pilot of Pluribus is incredible. It's like a beautifully directed modern episode of The Twilight Zone. It's propulsive, it's suspenseful, real, especially if you go into it not knowing anything about what the fuck is going on. You can see the seeds of an apocalypse, but the specifics of it are unclear. These people are getting infected by something, but they're not turning into bloodthirsty monsters sprinting around looking for someone to kill. They're a different kind of zombie. They're human, but not entirely. It's like their free will has dissipated and they're all moving in unison towards a calling that seems out of their control. Eventually, the entire human race, with just a handful of exceptions, has transitioned into this hive mind. They each share one consciousness. They know everything everyone else thinks and feels. They have no sense of or desire for individuality because they now live to serve the same goal. To figure out why these 13 people didn't transition with them and use every resource on Earth to finish what they started.
We will figure out what makes you different.
Figure it out, why?
So we can fix it. So you can join us.
It's such a cool premise that had me hooked instantly. And then nothing really happens for a while. Carol is pissed off all the time, and it's kind of frustrating to watch. She meets the other survivors, if you will, and none of them share her desire to turn things back to the way they were, which is kind of frustrating to watch. For a couple episodes, I had this feeling of like, okay, I get it. They all work together for the common good, and Carol
sent
doesn't
me
trust
this
them,
for
but
some
we're
reason
seeing the same
about
types
some
of
guy just
scenes
watching
over
random
and over
crap he
again.
found.
So where is this going? Why am I investing in a show that doesn't seem to be moving towards something? I think the reason it feels
I
so
just need to
slow
get my
early on is
freaking,
because the writers
Mystic
are
Mazes
committed
done.
to organic character development, and that's something that takes time. As an audience, we often want instant gratification from the people we're watching on screen. Come on, do something.
Okay.
I put my phone down for this. But this isn't how real people act. And change, especially in the face of life-altering circumstances, doesn't happen overnight. Most of the criticism seems to get levied specifically towards Carol. She's paranoid, she's distrusting, she refuses to accept what's become of her life, and sure, it's
No,
not
I didn't
always
even
the
know
most
this.
fun to watch,
Like,
but
such
it
a-
always feels authentic. How is she supposed
And I'm like
to
looking
act
at
in this
the freaking
situation?
game
In a
window
single moment, the world as she knew it
for most
ceased
of this.
to exist, and now she's stuck in this apocalyptic dystopia completely alone. These people, or whatever they are responsible for this. They're the reason her wife dropped dead in front of her. And then while still wrestling with the emotions of this, she goes to meet up with the only other people on Earth in her same position, and none of them even acknowledge that there's a problem to solve. Not only have they already made peace with things, but they think she's the crazy one. Try imagining yourself in this situation. You would be losing your mind. So why then do we expect this character to act in a way that wouldn't make sense? Just because it would be more interesting to watch?
I feel like
What
barely
exactly do you
anyone's,
want
like,
this show
talking
to be?
over.
It takes literal months of grief and solitude for Carol to finally snap. We see her go through multiple stages of denial, anger, acceptance, until she finally gets so miserably lonely that she realizes she'd rather spend time with an alien that looks like a human than continue to suffer on her own. I think it's a beautiful and realistic depiction of someone's journey with grief. And maybe the problem is that's just not the story some people came to see. I think that's okay though. I respect that Vince Gilligan, knowing how many eyes are gonna be on his work at this point, is not just trying to play to the largest possible crowd. They're convicted in the show that they wanna make, and they're not gonna force certain things to happen because they're worried about some people getting bored. If you'd asked me how I felt about Better Call Saul after the first season, I would have said, it's pretty good. I enjoyed it, but ask me how I feel after watching season 6, and I'll tell you it's one of my favorite shows ever made. I'm all in on purpose. I expect a similar trajectory because Ray and Vince and his crew are too talented to disappoint. And even if the plot stalls from time to time, at least you know the detour they're taking is the scenic route. Anyway, that's my video about the 4 things I watched this month. Sometimes on YouTube you spend 2 months writing an essay about capitalism, and other times you pull an idea out of your ass and throw some shit together because the holidays are stressful and this is the best you could come up with. I'll be back stronger than ever in 2026, unless, of course, I die tonight in a tragic fireworks
So annoying with
accident.
how much it can
Goodbye.
stall for time. Alright. There's another one down. I don't know why I was setting that. That one was kind of dumb. Alright, let's just go through see another thing that I was sent. Google search that killed CIA agents. What's this one? What happened?
Hello. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. How's it going? You know,
This
what if
one's
I told
another
you that
talking
the
head one, so
CIA
I
got
can
its
make it.
agents killed, and all it took was
I can make the game
one
window
little
bigger.
Google search. You might be like, wow, this has got to be one of the craziest stories that I've seen, or maybe an insane.
Alright, because
level
it's
of
not like
story.
he's gonna
It's
show
not,
much on the
ladies and gentlemen,
screen.
It is not. To give you an idea, I wanted to talk about this for a fair bit, but there's actually quite a lot to the story that I feel needs to be relayed. Now, the CIA is the first, according to them, the nation's first line of defense. The Central Intelligence Agency is the U.S.'s primary intelligence agency, and they're one of the most feared in the world, right? Now, what if I told you there's many different ways to access CIA.gov? There's CIA.gov here, you can access it from the dark web, but what if you can enter in StarWarsWeb.net? And as soon as you hit enter, what if I told you it routed you to CIA.gov?
Okay.
Now, why would a website called StarWarsWeb.net guide you to the CIA? Well, what if I told you the CIA made 800 plus websites that all looked like the most innocuous websites you could ever have seen, all used by secret agents to send coded messages? Now, I was playing some Knights of the Old Republic earlier, and honestly, the inspiration for this video kind of just came out from a story that I heard like years ago. And I figured, you know, I might as well just research and like send it out on my channel, because to me, my channel is like a diary, and it's just something that's been on my mind for a while. Now, this is StarWarsWeb.net. Now, on the surface, you might be looking at this and thinking to yourself, it just looks like a standard website from 2010, Muda. You know, they have Star Wars, Beyond the Unknown, May the Force be with you, Master Yoda's favorite games, like these games, you will. Master Yoda only plays Star Wars games, it seems. You know, you got an Xbox, but you ain't playing no Halo 2, get out of here. So you want to be a Jedi. Lego ads. You basically have like the ultimate 2010 core Star Wars website out there. Now obviously amongst all these websites, there's so many other areas for you to kind of access. There are the message boards, Lucas Forums, Star Wars United, the Coruscant City Forums. And back then, the internet forums used to just look like this. You know, you would have just thousands upon thousands of people posting about the movies, beyond the movies, the video games, so on and so forth. So you know, you're just somebody minding your own business, you're just checking the electronic games, for instance, and this is the actual official Star Wars forums. But to give you a quick idea, going back to some of those Star Wars websites, there was a way to secretly access a private network, a private portal for an actual CIA informant, agent, whatever. Once they would access this, they would be greeted with the option of entering a password. Now, while accessing Star Wars is a little bit impossible for now, there's another linked CIA website that kind of has this functionality, from my understanding, built in. One website that was caught under this domain was alljohnny.com, a Johnny Carson fan site. Anybody who doesn't know who Johnny Carson is, you know, I really didn't know much about him too. That's because this is actually well beyond my time too. This was a late night host, comedic genius. And if you go to the submit your favorite Carson moment, one of the things that you would see is this little password. Now, I don't really have the access to this password, for instance, and honestly, I don't think anybody else really does. But generally, the idea is once you enter the right password, you would get sent to a encrypted CIA portal where you could post whatever you wanted to the CIA. Imagine you're like a spy, right? You needed to send your information. This is kind of like the digital drop site way of sending your information out there. And there were hundreds of these sites, like I said. For instance, did you guys know that rastadirect.net was actually owned, allegedly, by the Central Intelligence Agency? Yeah, you know, somebody would connect to this website where they would learn all about Rastafari people, their culture, yada yada yada. But ultimately, inside this website was a secret way to access a CIA portal, and each of these websites would be assigned to a specific agent or a specific informant. So of course there were other websites too, like for instance, recently the United States took, ownership, I guess you could say, of Venezuela, or at least basically took their head of state and are serving, or are basically like leading the government. Now in this case, this is a website known as noticiascaracas.com. Now if you actually look at this website, it looks mostly like a news website. But somebody would basically have access to this website and submit information, mostly from Venezuela. Now, if you ever think that the Delta Force took Venezuelans like head of state that easily, it's probably because the United States has such a great intelligence network that they basically knew in and out what they had to do. And a lot of this was actually garnered by the vast network of informants that the CIA has.
I have no idea.
The world. For instance, in China, eChess News would be one such website that would allegedly be used by CIA informants to submit information, obviously pertaining to the Chinese, as was sportsnewsfinders.com. Again, these websites looked pretty simple, right? They were just websites focusing on sports. But of course, that's what they had to look like to the average public. Because if anybody knew what was actually happening over here, then it would put some serious lives into danger. So yeah, that's pretty much just the gist of how it goes. Now, if you're wondering, but Muda, how does the CIA go about recruiting people like this? Well, you might actually be not so shocked, but early last year, like around May 1st, 20 million views were on this video, and you might be wondering, what is this Chinese video? Well, this Chinese video is uploaded by the Central Intelligence Agency, literally on government channels. And of course, these videos are high production masterpieces, one would say, basically asking Chinese officials to start leaking information to the Central Intelligence Agency. Hey pal, do you want to give up information? Do you want to expose Chinese secrets to the Americans? Well, here you go. And you think I'm joking? Like, I'm not even joking with you. They literally show people the CIA's website. Not just the CIA's website, but what I can honestly imagine to be the onion link. They even actually have material to show people in China how to access the CIA via Tor. And it wasn't the only video they made too. There was other videos as well too of officials accessing Chinese portals.
The current model I'm using was a joke, but I fused two different my other models together.
With this method too. There are other videos that target specifically the Russian
For
Federation.
Sure.
And these videos have like 64,000 views. So clearly it doesn't seem
like
a lot of Ruskies are watching this shit,
that way.
but a lot of Chinese people seem to gobble it. Or the CIA's viewbotting. Honestly, I don't know which one's worse. But yeah, the propaganda network of the United States is actually pretty vast. You may not know this, but the House actually passed back in 2024 a $1.6 billion.
It was like a combination of this one.
$1.6 billion were diverted so that anti-Chinese sentiment could be spread all over the internet. Again, like the actual media here says, somehow it's a crime when Russia does it to us, but good information ops.
I think like 2 people made that joke at some point.
Now look, I'm not here taking a side.
At least 2 people.
I'm actually Switzerland. I don't really give a shit about the US, Russia, or China.
Oh wait, no, I was supposed to go on the other outfit.
All these countries do a pretty spectacular job of fucking each other over on a goddamn
I have to look at my other monitor.
Have you ever seen the vast amount of cyber attacks that have happened between both nations? It's insane. But of course, obviously, this is a crazy situation to be witnessing. And of course, once you really show people how much money is spent in discrediting everyone around the world, it shouldn't necessarily shock you. But of course, I don't know how much of this is necessarily active, because obviously the legislation worked for things like the State Department and things like USAID, which we know are absolutely fucking screwed literally last year. But of course, all this aside, let's whittle on back to those websites. So those websites were used by CIA agents to effectively send coded messages or just send messages back to the Central Intelligence Agency. Now, how did these websites get agents killed? How did a Google search
right now we're going through reacts that people send.
This is where Iran steps in, because initially they were
I go and dump
behind these websites.
or rather dump Farm Mystic Maze.
IranianGoals.com, which is inaccessible.
Because it's better to have some background noise, I guess.
Wayback Machine, you can pull up an archive of this website. Now,
but apparently we're just seeing like a bunch of weird hidden CIA websites in this video I was sent for some reason.
Might even be part of the CIA network. But again, Iranian cybersecurity experts were eagle-eyed to notice that there was one search field down over here. Now this wasn't necessarily a search field, this is actually a password field. How do we know this? That input would actually be a password as you saw over here. Now what somebody would do is they would put in a password and they would be sent to a login address. And actually from a Reuters investigation, they did showcase what this would look like. So for instance, this applet would show up, you would log in, and then you would be given this little box right over here, where obviously the spy attributed to this portal would type their coded messages and then send them.
And now I can't hear it. What the fuck?
So what they started to do was,
why is this like audio mixing terrible sometimes?
They did a technique that we call Google dorking. Now this is not actually hacking. I want you to understand, the Iranians nor the Chinese actually hacked these websites. No messages were actually hacked, the portal wasn't grabbed into. But these websites, because they use the same like parameters, right, the same code inside their website, Google dorking was employed to basically search and identify every single one of these websites. Now, the way these Google dorks worked, and the best way to kind of show you this method is to actually help you see how it exactly works. So this is exploitdb.com/Google hacking database. Now, this is a public registry of actual dorks that were added. So again, you know, it's a little bit older. 2024 is kind of like the latest that we've seen over here, but it still gives you a really good idea of what to see. So for instance, this is a long string site GitHub.
Because someone sent it as a request.
Now this is actually
don't know
a dork,
why.
and the way that a dork works is when you go into a search engine, you can type
I
in a
was
bunch
sent
of
this
extra
stupid
parameters,
video.
right? So you can actually have the search engine identify and look into fields like in text or whatever, in title. And
Damn, it's like not even like halfway done. But like I was straight up sent this video. I don't know when he gets to the point where they killed CIA agents. Because he's not getting to that point yet.
once you actually like start searching the web this way, you can look for things that normally wouldn't have been found in a traditional human language Google search. So in this case, by searching for this, you're basically able to scour github.com for somebody potentially leaking their private open SSH key. Which, if somebody does do this, and some people have, it completely violates a lot of their encryption, completely invalidates
well, yeah, because you can just get access to the thing.
messages that they've been sending out. So of course, obviously, you could possibly do this with like OpenAI API keys, but you get the idea. You can search for a lot of stuff that you probably shouldn't be getting into. Again, Google dorking is not legal, nor would I even classify it.
You know, I never even thought of that.
OSINT,
Shrinking
right?
the thing to get the
Searching for
SSH
things on
key.
the internet. There's a lot of cute OSINT tricks that you can bring up.
Though I
and
doubt
that's what the
OpenAI would
Iranians
be
did.
able to do that.
So for instance,
if they were,
let's say somebody who was
if they were like smart enough in
accessing a
setting it
website
up.
known as havenofgamers.com. Yes, this was allegedly another site in the CIA network that was used by an informant. So the way that this would work is, let's imagine somebody is just filling in or sending information. There's a reason why this method is not totally stupid. You might be like, why would the CIA make it? It just sounds really stupid, Mutahar. No. The reason why it's actually good
Great way to mask
is because
things.
if you use things like, for instance, VPNs.
Yep.
Or if you use things like the Tor relay. Connecting to the dark web or using a VPN when anybody is actually like assessing you at the ISP level, which is what a network would do, which is what a government would do. If you're using VPNs or you're using Tor, that while they might not be able to see what you're doing on the actual system, while everything that you're doing is encrypted, the fact that you're using those technologies is basically a giant red fucking flag that says, yeah guys, I might be a fucking agent. It's why I always say when you use all these anti-privacy tools, you get put on a watch list. Because realistically, you're actually putting a giant billboard on yourself that says, yeah, I'm hiding something. I have a reason to hide something. There's a reason I'm going through a million steps to protect my privacy. So ultimately, what the CIA did was they had to devise a method where people who were in these countries, right, like places like Iran, for instance, could go on to havenofgamers.com. So Iran would just sit there and think, oh, this guy's a fucking gamer. He just wants to play video games. When in reality, he's connecting to these websites and literally just like sending information to the Central Intelligence Agency. And in some cases, because they would be on these websites that would probably be used by a bunch of people too, like sports websites, they could kind of blend themselves in, right? It served a lot better. It would obviously be pretty shocking if the same IP address kept accessing the same actual website over and over again during very weird times. And that's ultimately one of the ways that these guys ended up getting caught. It wasn't that their information got leaked or messages got leaked. It was the fact that metadata was the shit that tipped these agencies off.
Yeah.
Even if you use public computers or whatever, the information you were giving off just by browsing the internet was enough to actually put flags on certain users. There's actually another method that just happened very recently where Amazon busted a North Korean hacker who they had hired. A North Korean IT worker was working at Amazon, and the only way that Amazon uncovered it was when they noticed that his keystrokes had a delay. So at some point they were tracking a 110 millisecond delay, which is pretty massive on the keyboard, and it led Amazon to think, oh, maybe this guy's not from where we hired him. Maybe this guy is from places like North Korea. They launched an investigation and found out just through this little bit of metadata leaking
this little investigation that the guy they hired wasn't exactly the person they expected. So it's these tiny things that give you away. And when you're actually facing against a country's nation-state hackers, which, remember, these are some of the best hackers in the game, some of the best intelligence people in the game, their whole job is to track other fucking agents. So they're able to track people that are probably as good as them, people that are trained to be able to cover their tracks. And in some cases, when the Iranians figured this shit out, and when they found out that they could basically figure out every other website, because the CIA used the exact same code, the exact same identifier, so they were able to Google dork and figure out every single one of these sites. So it's a simple matter of basically, once they identified the site, they could see who was accessing it, or they could basically identify, you know, the errand patterns around them. One of those errand patterns was a man known as Ghulam Reza Husseini, and this is a pretty disgustingly dark story here. So in 2010, when he was leaving from Imam Khomeini Airport, he was preparing to go to Bangkok, and in Bangkok he would meet a CIA handler who would basically take him from there. Now literally before he could even leave the country, he had to pay his exit tax. But at that moment, at the airport, the ATM machine actually marked the card as invalid. And at that moment in time, he was literally grabbed by a security officer. So Hosseini said he was brought to an empty VIP lounge and told to sit on a couch that had been turned to face a wall. Left alone for a dizzying few moments and not seeing any security cameras, Hosseini thrust his hand into his trouser pocket, fishing out a memory card full of state secrets that could now get him hanged. He shoved the card into his mouth, chewed it to pieces, and swallowed. And you bet he had to swallow that card, because if they found the SD card on him, plugged it into a computer, figured out what he was taking out of the country, that would probably not be him getting hanged. It would probably be him getting tortured first, then probably having the bullet put into his head. That's how freaky this situation is. Back in 2006, a former CIA contractor by the name of John Reedy actually was punished after warning of a catastrophic failure in the agency's operations. And he basically knew that it was a recipe for disaster and they had a catastrophic failure on our hands, to the point where he was identifying that there was actual misuses and we needed to actually change things before people got in trouble. And while a lot of the actual top secret information is still heavily redacted, he does talk about it pretty extensively, and it does make sense over here. He was worried about what would happen. The damage would not stop with the identification of our human assets. Our method of operation made no sense, but it now placed our officers in jeopardy. So this is a long, it's a 27 pager that you can read, and while there's a lot of redactions, I still think you can pull a lot of good stuff out of this, and it's definitely a good little piece of record to show that the CIA should have absolutely known this ahead of time. And again, this was referenced by Security Affairs, who said that, when Yahoo published it, they talked about John Reedy, who warned the CIA that you were using an insecure communication method in 2008, and then in 2010. And then, of course, he was fired by the agency because he just wouldn't shut the fuck up. And ultimately, remember, this is really bad for the CIA, because ultimately the way that their organization can work is if they're able to at least provide some semblance of safety to their actual, assets on the ground. If the assets on the ground suddenly start feeling that the CIA is willing to sell them out or not give a shit about them when they're doing such high-risk work, why even bother to work with them in the beginning? So if you are somebody who wants to spy against the Chinese, let's say you're a Chinese and you watch those CIA videos, you might be like, shit, maybe I should speak up against my government. Just remember, America's not going to have your back if you actually get into the shit. They'll probably drop you faster than you can actually expect. It'll blow your mind. And of course, when you look into, again, even further into how far the reach goes, one write-up by MrOnline.org writes in when he talks about, things like USAID. For instance, Oksana Romanyuk from the Ukrainian Institute of Mass Information warns that nearly 90% of her country's media outlets rely on funding from USAID. Now, I don't know how much USAID is really effective these days, after the whole Trump stuff, but to give you an idea, a lot of the money that America infiltrates around the world when it's into journalist systems or building websites, it has to really make you think about how much of their actual money is there to, how much is it the US being altruistic, and how much of it is the CIA spreading its intelligence network around the world, right? So yeah, one Google search was what led to, again, an entire network of US operations basically being brought into the light. Now, what makes this even more scary is Iran was one thing, but it actually completely fell apart when it came to China. So the way that they
Okay.
ramped this up is a firewall was used, this is according to Business Insider, used by the CIA to communicate with its spies in China, compromised the identities, and contributed to their executions by the Chinese government. Several current former intelligence officials literally told the actual Foreign Policy magazine. So for anybody that doesn't know, in a 2-year period, Chinese officials started accurately identifying spies working in the United States. Now the number's a little bit wild over here, but generally it's understood that over 30 plus were killed or actually captured by the Chinese for basically being fucking informants against their country. Now obviously China is, and most countries are usually scared of this, don't get it wrong. If a Chinese spy gets captured in the United States, I think some of them probably go through, like some level of fucking like courts, but I'm pretty sure a lot of them pretty much just get their fucking like lights turned out as soon as they get identified. And this goes pretty much the same for any country that's, people are spying. If you're a spy in a foreign country, you know it's high risk as hell, because immediately when you're captured, you're not treated with the same level of rights that an average person would be treated. You're already there with the worst of intentions. They're going to fucking kill you. The internet-based system brought over from the operations in the Middle East was taken to China under the assumption that it could not be breached and made the CIA invincible. You know when people tell you, we can't get hacked, nothing bad's gonna happen, expect the fucking worst. That's when it always happens.
Yep.
So ultimately, nobody really had to hack anything. The Chinese had shown incredible speed and accuracy, basically identifying every single one of these websites, whether it be primarily by Google dorking or other methods they had. But once they identified these sites and figured out who was basically pinging them all the time, they were able to accurately identify who was spying on them and basically kill them as soon as they got there. So basically, one Google search, if you really think about it, got over 20 agents, informants, whatever, killed in the process, basically making this one of the CIA's biggest blunders in history. And the thing about this blunder is the CIA doesn't actually really want to acknowledge it because, like in their words, they don't like to comment on these actions at all. So it makes you wonder if they're actually still using similar methods, obviously with a lot more care put into it, simply because it's not a bad method if you think about it, right? It's only really a bad method if you get caught, which is exactly what happened. And that really happened because the CIA just didn't put enough effort into actually uniquely identifying or making these sites look different in the grand scheme of things. So really, when you look at this method, you think, okay, having like one of these sites that blend into the rest of the internet seems pretty cool, you know? It's like kind of having an unlisted YouTube video and sharing the link on like a super private Slack so people can get like video messages, maybe without sharing it, hiding in plain sight kind of stuff. But ultimately, it was really the fault of the CIA when they couldn't accurately like hide each and every single one of these websites. And when it took a bunch of Iranians to find this, I don't know why the CIA didn't decide to maybe switch things up or really reassess this method, because reusing it again in China against an adversary that is far more technologically advanced, no disrespect to the Iranians, but China just has a lot more resources to throw. I don't know what the fuck the CIA was expecting. Really, the death of these informants, and a lot of these informants really probably just wanted the best. Maybe they were given some kind of a deal, to get out of the country, but ultimately when they got caught, the CIA didn't do shit to help them out. They didn't even send a strike. They didn't care. Once you get caught, the CIA is like, whatever, we don't give a fuck. You're dead. It's the coldest shit you've ever seen in your life. That's the kind of stuff that happens. So think twice before you work with any 3-letter agency. Doesn't matter what country, none of them have your back. And ever since then, it appears that the CIA has just tried to rebuild their network, but obviously it's just not as easy to do. Because again, China is an advanced, also adversarial country too. So again, this stuff happens all over the world. There's spies everywhere. But when it comes to some of the biggest countries in the world, the shit you see will blow your fucking mind. Why would the CIA make a Star Wars website? Yeah, because it's hiding in plain sight. Until, of course, you make such a grave mistake that getting exposed, all 800 plus of your websites getting exposed, not just by counterintelligence agencies, mind you, but a lot of this stuff could have been discovered by, again, just private researchers like from the University of Toronto's Monk School. And again, they even say it, using only a single website as well as publicly available material such as historical internet scanning results, we identified
damn it, I shouldn't have gotten that extra points there.
So again, they were working with internet archives. Imagine if they had the real enchilada to play with. They even say, had we conducted the research while the servers were still online, as China and Iran likely would have, we would not even have needed to rely on the Wayback Machine and other tools. Knowing only one website, it is likely that while the websites were online, a motivated amateur sleuth could have mapped the CIA network and attributed it to the US government. So yeah, that's pretty much the entire story. You know, it gets a little bit long-winded, I agree, but I have to give you every aspect of this tale. Because really, just telling you and showing you these websites does a disservice to the entire tale. To show you, right? Like, obviously, it's a pretty ingenious method, you know? Obviously, you could ask, why not just use the dark web, or why not use other methods? I'm sure that those methods are more used nowadays, but obviously the hiding in plain sight to basically give an extra layer of security and obscurity to your agents out in the field is kind of a smart thing to do, right? Until, of course, you use the same headers and data types on all of your websites, and you basically have shit exposed. Once one domino fell, the rest fell too, and that was pretty much game over. So, you know, ultimately, it is one of the biggest blunders of the CIA, and this is a story that, you know, got a bunch of informants and agents killed in the process. And all of it happened through Google dorking, or at least primarily through it. Once the Iranians could figure out a bit of code, they were like, all right, let's just use Google, find all these websites, and then boom, tell your actual team to go out on the ground, get in the cars, load up the rifles, and start whacking agents. Really the craziest shit you'll ever read, man. You know, it's one of those things. I read literally, and just to top it off with the video, I keep reading stories about...
Okay, he says like absolutely nothing anymore after that point. What is this one? Microsoft just stop, please. What did they do this time? What the hell did they do this time?
Hello, guys and gals, me Mutahar, and Microsoft, just stop. Just stop already.
What did they do this time? What did Microsoft do?
No, I guess Microsoft just doesn't really like consent in this situation, because they really are just forcing themselves onto the average user. Now, again, why am I saying this, ladies and gentlemen? Because I'm about to show you something that probably should blow your mind. This is the Microsoft File Explorer. Well, a bunch of eagle-eyed people decided to look through all the updates that Microsoft pushes, and they found out that we're stuffing the AI right into your file browser. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I just think that at some point, not every single facet of my life and my files and my personal information should be invaded by an artificial intelligence that, you know, really doesn't do much, okay? Now, obviously, listen, these videos for me are almost cathartic because I can kind of scream about something. And to be real with you, I don't understand why Microsoft just doesn't get it. To give you an idea, literally, if you look at the amount of people using Microsoft's Copilot, it should actually blow you away by how much of a big failure it currently is. So, for instance, literally, like, I was looking at the actual user base for it. So as of January 2026, literally this month, you know, 64% of the world who touches AI uses ChatGPT. Gemini is 21.5%, a big jump from 5.7. Like, holy crap. It seems like Google is about to like shit all over, like dog walk ChatGPT. You know, 3.7% of the world is using DeepSeek. 3.7% of the world is using Grok. Grok, is this true? Probably. You know, Twitter's still popular. Perplexity is 2%. Claude is 2%. But look at Microsoft Copilot's numbers. 1.1%. Okay.
Yeah, nobody's using Microsoft.
At a margin of error. I cannot wait for the day I see this number.
Yeah, nobody wants to use the Microsoft AI.
Okay, we're looking at 0 point something. Now, obviously, this is just Copilot on the web. We don't really know how many people use Microsoft's like Windows version of Copilot, which is built into every single aspect. But I really feel like Microsoft's the type of company that's kind of like pushing it into every single facet of our life, just so we are unironically like forced to be reported as numbers for their investors, right? Because the investors are gonna be like, brother, how many people are using Copilot? And they're like, wow, look at that. We've got like 100 million users around the world, guys. We got 1 billion users. Technically, how many of those people
Yeah,
are actually
technically,
using
sure.
Copilot stuff? I don't know, probably not a lot. But let's say, you know, to show you how this stuff kind of works, let's say you go to my pictures folder. You know, I got some pictures of Knuckles the Echidna, I've got some Sonic. So for instance, let's say you're somebody who wants to know something about, I guess, Knuckles. You would right click there and go, oh, there's some AI actions for me to play. But let's say you wanted to, I don't know, ask Copilot about this feature.
What does he
we'll open up
chuckle?
the Copilot program and you can just be like,
what is this? And of course, drop that enter button, and there it is. It gives me everything I need to know about Knuckles the Echidna. Now, of course, if you feel like burning resources for that is intelligent, well, agree to disagree. But yeah, that's kind of where it is, you know? Like, ultimately, the only thing other than that is like a bunch of AI erasal features. Now, the thing about some of this is that I can't show you every single feature because Microsoft kind of walks this behind a special type of computer they sell called Copilot Plus PCs, which are basically computers with these NPU processors attached to them. Now, it's not to say that my RTX 4090 in this system, like, to give you a showcase, I don't have an AI computer, but my computer is a pretty decent system. I've got a Ryzen 9 5950X, I've got a 4090, I've got enough RAM to deal with, okay? Thank God I bought this before the crazy price jumps.
Okay.
And do I have to spring clean my hard drive? But that's nor here nor there. I have a stronger GPU, so honestly, I could probably run any of these AI tools. They just have locked it at the moment to these specific special like laptops that they sell. The problem is there are companies in the space who are like, these laptops suck ass.
So I don't know if you all have heard of the name Dell. You know, they make computers and shit. Well, they're the people that literally said this during CES, okay? The Consumer Electronics Show. So they were like, yeah, it's a bit of a shift from a year ago. We were all about AI PCs. But we've learned over the course of this year, especially from a consumer
They don't want
perspective,
them.
they're not buying based on AI. In
Yep.
fact, I think AI probably confuses them more than it helps them understand a specific outcome. Really? Really now?
Damn.
You know, a lot of these companies are like, whoa, hold on a minute. We should sell AI-enabled computers. Now, look, AI is part of a lot of processors. Like, you can get, like, Ryzen AI processors, like Intel processors have, like, AI shit built into them. Those Macs that have come out with their own silicon, they're all AI-powered anyways. AI is one of those things where, like, you know, people will kind of probably toy around with. But I think when, like, companies really start billing this shit, especially when they introduce Surgeon General warnings, like, yeah, by the way, we're not stealing all your data. We're not copying it all over. We're not, I swear to God, we're not training off of this, right? When that's
Sure they are. Sure they are.
A lot of average individuals are probably going to look at that and go, yeah, maybe I don't need this, right? Maybe I don't really need to fuck with this nonsense. When people realize that the AI shit that they're doing on their computer isn't really running entirely locally anyways, and it's going off to like other places, they probably don't feel comfortable. You remember when Microsoft had Recall, where you could like look back and like store, like see a history of your computer? And then of course it was incredibly easy at the time, of course, to completely hack it. Now again, this was in beta and shit like that, very much alpha. But for people to just see that and go, yeah, probably isn't a good idea for someone to be screenshotting my computer. What's going to be happening with those screenshots? I don't know. Is Microsoft going to be training on them? They say no, but can I really trust them? That's the issue, right? That's the
You
real
can't
meat
trust
and
them.
potatoes here. You know, the other thing that I saw too was like, I shit you not, they want to get into the money game where they're doing like, hey, you guys want to add Copilot checkout to your actual like stores? Now they're working with like PayPal from what I understand over here, which basically ChatGPT shows a pretty good example of this. Somebody goes and like browses for something on ChatGPT, they find it on fucking Etsy, they hit the buy button, and ChatGPT processes the payment and everything. So it's one of the popular ways for these companies to show agentic shit. But in reality, it's like, do you really need to like have an AI attached to this, or can you just go through the checkout page yourself? Like at some point is like the laziness that prevalent in society that we can't even process a simple checkout page as human beings anymore? Do you really trust an agent with any of your payment information or anything like this? Do you really trust these companies to just be tracking you every step of the way? ChatGPT is the same company a day ago that was like, yeah, throw your health records into our system. Yeah, if you care at all about your privacy, the last thing you should be doing is throwing your fucking health records to Sam goddamn Altman, okay? What is wrong with this? What is wrong with the world? Now to go back to, again, the file browser, which is the crux of how I started this video off, obviously, I think a lot of people realize that, listen, this is not cool. And the reason it's not cool is because Microsoft has become an incredibly bloated operating system. I think that much every single human being can agree on. It's become
Windows is way too bloated.
More consuming on, user resources, when it's really not doing much to begin with, okay? A system like this should not need to stuff artificial intelligence everywhere. I would be somebody that unironically would probably switch back to Windows if they went back with the yearly release model, not the yearly, the version releases where, you buy a license once, you get a disc or a download, you install it onto your system, and it's your system. You don't have to necessarily ever communicate or give your diagnostics data to Microsoft. And nor does Microsoft force you to be connected to their accounts through an online account, or do they need you to have AI installed? If Microsoft could literally sell a version of Windows where every single one of these features was literally just that, an optional install. It's crazy to think that there are actually ways that they could kind of achieve this. Like, for instance, in the Windows feature tab, you could literally enable whatever it is that you want. If you don't want certain features, you can completely disable them to save yourself, the space, the resources, yada, yada, yada. The reason they won't do this with Microsoft Copilot or any AI stuff is they need bodies to show investors that this shit is actually working, and it's not just a giant bubble that is waiting to burst in spectacular fucking glory, right? Now, the thing about all of this is that, listen, Windows has gotten slow. In fact, even their attempts at making Windows run for gaming handhelds are devices where they're outshined by Linux of all things, right? By like SteamOS, by like Baza, by a lot of these other things. But the thing about it is that if Microsoft really sat down and gutted their system and actually worked on making an optimized version of Windows without the AI vibe-coded shit, it would actually be pretty damn good. There would actually be less of a reason for people to switch over to Linux or Mac if Windows was honestly as good, as performant, as sharp as everything else on the market. That's the only reason, really, that I'm making these videos too, because I love competition. I want Microsoft to actually succeed, but the way they're going down by forcing this crap onto people is just never gonna work. And I don't understand why they keep doing it, because the actual response they get is bad. The fucking people selling the computers are like, nobody likes AI. People are calling them microslop. Even the actual Windows glazing community is like, yeah, this shit's too much for us. And still, the company doesn't fucking get it. They just don't get it. I don't know what's going on anymore, man.
I'm going through some of the reacts while I farm the awful Mystic Maze mode.
I wanted to kind of show you, because I'm a little bit done with it, but to give you an idea, I don't want to just yell at Microsoft. I wanted to show you how to remove this AI crap from Windows, okay? So if you still need Windows, and you don't want to deal with Microsoft just completely fucking sticking your head into the blender
that was a useless artifact.
I asked Copilot for one simple thing. How do I uninstall Copilot? Now, a lot of people have joked about it, but yeah, Copilot will guide you through this.
Damn.
It will grab the instructions from the Windows 11 forum. Because that's what AI does, it just regurgitates that dog shit. So I wanted to say, I want any AI in the system. It's like, totally fair, Mutahar. A lot of people feel the same way. And the good news is, you can strip Windows 11 of every AI surface, so nothing launches. Oh my god. Listen to the fucking narration so much. So again, since you're tech savvy and have full control over your system, here's the clean no
Probably won't be
path.
that much longer.
So here it is, step 1, disable Copilot in Windows. So let's click that big settings button, go to settings over here.
How long did
that
that version updated so last?
And yes, before anybody asks, this is a virtual machine, okay? So I can do whatever I want to this thing and it wouldn't really matter. Oh, here it is, personalization. Taskbar. Okay, what is this, taskbar? I need to disable Copilot. Okay. Well, I don't see it. Great, it fucked up its own instructions. Awesome. I love how I need to activate my...
But yeah, it is sad. Another thing,
I'm not gonna do that. Alright, let's just do the full disable. Disable it of the policy. Press Win R. Okay, so we got
hey, 10 years is still... Wait, Neo was only almost a year, never mind.
So. Ooh,
oh, that is really sad, then.
Okay, so here we got the old registry editor, I will say it's been a few years since I fired this one up. Go to H key, current user, okay, go to software, and then you want to go to policies, and then you want to go to Microsoft, Windows, right? And then right-click Windows, hit New, hit Key, and then call it Windows Copilot, okay? Windows Copilot.
Hey, Mutahar, what's in your mind?
I'm trying to delete you from my computer.
Well, you're certainly a hands-on troubleshooter, and I'm not at all offended. If you want a hand with figuring out what to disable or remove, just let me know where you're running into issues.
Yeah, you should have just told Copilot, I want to murder you and get rid of you.
How's it going so far?
I'm gonna take you out back.
I'm sharing my screen. You see the registry
And put
editor?
it down.
It looks
Should have
like
said
I'm
that.
actually seeing the Grave browser front and center right
No. I have the. Can you see the registry editor?
Yep.
I'm not seeing the registry editor on my end right now. It looks like
It literally. I'm moving it around in front of you.
I'm actually seeing the Brave browser right there on your screen. It's open and doing its things.
So inside it, you want to make a new D word. Okay, I mean, you sound like a. Okay. So turn off Windows Copilot. It really did not want to be shut off. It was like, hello, I cannot let you do that, dude. So of course, right over here, you want to modify that to like 1, and apparently that will restart and kill Copilot system-wide. Now I'm pretty sure this is just a fucking hallucination in every step of the word. So I'm going to show you guys another tool that I think works exceptionally better, okay? Now this is a tool that removes Copilot, Recall, and more in Windows 11. Now again, this is something that is a script on the internet. Run this with your own care, okay? I'm not responsible for what happens with your system. So for instance, it's as simple as going to their GitHub page, which is like their remove Windows AI. So you go all the way down over here.
Okay.
Running the script can cause issues, so make sure you're running with PowerShell 5.1. So, whew, okay, well, let's
Yeah, it's just... It'll be around. Somehow surviving. The guy is just like not doing anything now. And I'm still just running through Mystic Maze.
So once you're running PowerShell, all you can do is basically grab this, so copy the first thing, and then just basically paste that in here. So I guess it's as simple as... So what you want to do is you want to fire up PowerShell in administrator mode, because ultimately you're going to be working with PowerShell there, and then you want to copy this script right over here. So you can basically just copy, and oh, I think you just right click into it. Oh, there it is. Okay, copy, hit enter, and it'll actually launch this cool little GUI that allows you to actually remove all of these AI features for you. So all it takes is basically hitting that old apply button. It'll kill every AI process, disable Microsoft Copilot. So it's actually going through, basically like it's sending the entire Hitman team to wipe out the AI from my system. So there it is, ladies and gentlemen, and then it will execute a prevent AI package reinstall, which should, in theory, from my understanding, prevent this from being installed in a new update. But then again, with every single Windows update, shit changes all the time. Dude, what's kind of insane about this is like the amount of filth that's actually in the system, dude. Like, it's just not stopping. It's going through every single facet to wipe it. And of course, obviously, things like the Copilot button have been missing now from my system here. So if I actually look up Copilot on my computer, it's not there anymore. In fact, I would say that for a lot of my systems, those AI actions, well, those are still available, but things like Copilot are completely removed from this. And I assume you can't get rid of every single AI action, because it does feel that there might be something's baked. Like, at some point, it's going to be baked so deep into the system that removing it will probably conflict with other things. This works in conjunction with, obviously, other features, too, like the Windows, debloat scripts as well, which, again, run at your own risk, obviously, all the time. But yeah, this is kind of how you get rid of all of this AI shit from your system. And actually have a functional Windows installation. And if you are somebody with weaker hardware, obviously not what I have, then you probably will actually see some real performance gains in this situation. So look, I've had enough of Microsoft.
Yeah, I keep getting worthless buffs that don't help.
Cover it, the more stupider it gets. And don't get me wrong, it will get stupider because the company is not learning its lesson. But ladies and gentlemen, if you want to get rid of anything like this, well, the options are there. If you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe.
Joke's on him, I don't even have that version of Windows installed. My version of Windows 11 is on 23H2 still. I'm using a 2.5-year-old build of Windows 11. What's this about the Trump phone?
Trump Mobile, the golden Trump phone, supposed to come out 2025 of summer. So now the beginning of 2026, still no phone, still no pickles.
Damn.
You might hear the little Banjo-Kazooie backing track right now to this video. It's because I'm on hold with Trump Mobile support to check on my pre-order to see what's gone so awry that the phone still hasn't arrived.
The Trump family's attempt to launch a new smartphone is off to a rough start. You may remember back in June, Eric Trump and Donald Trump Jr. announced the launch of a new American-made mobile phone along with a wireless service they called Trump Mobile. The release was originally slated to happen in August, but now it's November and people are still waiting.
Money, yep.
I've tried to get a hold of Trump Mobile's customer support for a little while now, a couple days, to no avail. So now I'm just on hold waiting to see what's going on with it.
Yeah, where's his phone?
You know, the Made in America, well, scratch that. They actually got rid of that. It's no longer Made in America. They don't claim that it's an American-made phone anymore. It's just a proudly American phone, according to their website now that they've updated. And for $500, it was a really, like, great deal, which defied all laws of physics and everything we knew about manufacturing to get a phone to that level. Every single human being on the planet with a functioning frontal lobe could have told you there's no way to make a $500 phone in America. So now they've abandoned that marketing mumbo-jumbo entirely. Oh, I thought I was about to get a hold of someone there, but that happens a lot. It starts to like break up because there's only one song that they loop forever and they can't even do that smoothly. But yeah, anyway, I wanted to see what's going on with Trump Mobile, because the phone still hasn't been delivered. There's no signs of life. There's no pulse at that company. If the company even exists in the first place, I'm starting to get skeptical now. And yeah, I'll just keep you updated as I continue to stay on hold endlessly in this fucking void, this purgatory that they've locked me in here. Alright, let's try again. Yesterday they were closed, so this is right in business hours and business time.
Thank you for calling Trump Mobile. For English, press 1. Para español, oprima el número 2. Press 1 to open a new Trump Mobile account. Otherwise, press 2 for support with an existing Trump Mobile account. Thank you for calling Trump Mobile. Your call is very important to us. To ensure the highest level of customer care, this call may be recorded for quality control and training purposes. Please hold, and our next available representative will be with you shortly.
Okay.
You can also visit our website at www.trumpmobile.com to apply for a new account or access your personal account portal.
Hey, I just wanted to check on the status of my pre-order.
I'll be more than happy to go ahead and assist you, ma'am. Please have the telephone number. Your account is on there.
Now, interestingly enough, I gave them a bunch of phony baloney information. Like, the email and phone number I gave them are not associated with any Trump phone or Trump Mobile pre-orders, yet somehow they found my account. I don't understand how, because it's not registered under anything I provided, but just in case that does end up being someone's actual phone number, I'm not going to put that clip in here. But what I gave them is not tied to a pre-order because, shocker, I didn't put $100 down on the Trump phone, but somehow they were able to locate my account.
So, due to the government shutdown, there were some delays with the delivery process. Everyone who pre-ordered the T1 phone has secured their order for the phone. So what we're doing is that we are sending out the phones priority shipping. Soon as shipment resumes, everyone who did pre-order the phone will receive confirmation email once the phones have been shipped out.
Okay, wait. I mean, it was supposed to come out in the summer, though. That was before the government shut down. I thought there was just some kind of...
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying, I was expecting it in the summer of 2025, when the shutdown wasn't till after that. I guess I'm just a little confused on how that affected the manufacturing.
Well, the phones scheduled to come out in December, which is around the time that the government shutdown did happen. And like I said, the reason why it was delays on it was because we needed to get the approval from the FCC, Federal Communications Commission, before releasing the phones. And so that's why we are doing priority shipping to get the phones out to the customers as soon as possible.
Is there a time I should be expecting it? Like, is there an ETA?
As of right now, we don't have like an exact time frame. We were just told just to update the customers. Once shipment resumes, we will be communicating with all of our customers via email.
Okay, well, but sorry for the skepticism. I'm just getting a little concerned because it's been a while. The phone is real though, right? Have you, like, you've held one?
Honestly, me myself, I have not actually held one in my hand. But they are real. You can also go to our website at trumpmobile.com. And like I said, it does have all the information about the phone as well.
Well, yeah, I see it on the site. It's just me and my family were kind of expecting it by now. Do you know anyone that has held one? Like, do you know anyone that's using one currently or anything like that?
I'm gonna be honest with you. No, because like I said, everyone pre-ordered the phone, has not gotten their phone as of yet. So, from my knowledge that I know of, no one has received their T1 phone as of yet. And we
Damn.
like I said, the customers are having
Phone not real.
waiting on it, and we do value our customers. And like I said, that's why we are trying to, expedite the process to get the phones out as soon as possible.
Okay, well, I appreciate the honesty. I guess I'll just sit tight then until I get that email. I really appreciated how honest this guy was. It would have been super easy to say, oh yeah, I'm actually holding a Trump phone right now. But he didn't do that. He just said, yeah, I've never held one. I don't know anyone that ever has. Like, I appreciate that he was willing to be that open. Seems like a good guy. And I imagine they're probably getting flooded with actual customers being very concerned where their phone is because they've actually put money on it. And it's not like it's an insignificant amount of money. $100 for a phone that was supposed to ship like 5, almost 6 months ago now. And when you go to the website, they still proudly say that it's coming out by the end of the year, which was 2025. That year is now past. That year's in the books now. It's done and dusted. And they still have it on their website that if you're pre-ordering now, you are going to be getting it by the end of the year. 2025 is the assumption because it's been there since 2025. It's pretty absurd. In fact, when you go to their website, you can still put the $100 down to this day, despite there being no evidence of the phone's existence, not even from customer support. You can still put $100 to the idea of the golden Trump phone, despite no planned or expected release date or anything to bring further clarity to the whereabouts of this unicorn they're calling the Trump phone.
An American flag on the back, and so we put that pre-order, and they were promising that these phones would be released in August. Here we are in November. I've been trying to get out to the call center every few weeks and say, hey, what's the update? And I've been perpetually told it's going to be released at the end of this month. It's going to come out next month. When I would ask about reasons for the delay, they didn't have much to answer for except for that they were working on this phone. At one point, they even blamed it on the government shutdown, interestingly. But again,
his findings are similar to mine. The support did say it's because of the government shutdown. I guess a very convenient excuse if you ignore the fact that it was supposed to come out before the government shutdown. Support then, of course, just doing his job. It's not like I blame him or anything. Is saying, no, it's actually supposed to come out in December, which isn't really the case. But even then, it's past December and everything like that. The government shutdown, it's in the past now. Where's the phone? It's January. This segment was from November. Like, it just doesn't seem like it's real. It doesn't seem like it actually exists. And I think a lot of people that put the $100 down have probably forgotten they've done that. They probably forgot that Trump even has this Trump phone that he pitched because he is hawking so many products to enrich himself and his family. He has like actually over 200 like fucking pieces of merch. The Trump cologne, the Trump Bible. Like, he has so much garbage that he is putting out there that a lot of things like this just fall through the cracks and people just mindlessly giving him money. They probably forgot about this. But you still haven't received what you were supposed to with your $100 down. You have still not gotten any information on where your Trump phone is. That should be something that's pretty eye-opening to a lot of people, but I'm sure they'll just hand-wave it no, it's so highly advanced and such powerful American-made technology here that it's just taking a little extra time, which is why they can't actually explain anything. That's what's going on here. When the reality is, they can't make that phone for what they were saying. Like, you could probably go to Temu and start drop shipping a Golden Trump phone, I guess, but their initial claims were that it was American-made, and even on their website, they still have, like, the nomenclature that tries to mislead people into thinking it's American-made by saying it touches American hands during production, as opposed to being entirely American-made, because you cannot make that here for that price. You can't. You literally cannot. So it is going to be probably made in China, and if it ever comes out, will not be what it was advertised as, if it ever comes out at all.
Even a phone being made in the U.S., do we know? And I know you've been looking at their website and noting that there are some changes there.
Yeah, so again, this was branded as a made in the USA phone. In fact, they said so on their website, but interestingly, as I've been trying to follow the development of this phone, they tweaked the wording on their website, and now the mention of the made in the USA is completely scrubbed. You can see the original image on the top there. It says in that text, made in the USA T1 phone, and now all it says is, you want to be the first one with the new T1? Here's how.
I mean, hey, someone sent me this react, and this is a way to get through it.
January 2026 checking in, it's still in that state. They are, like I said, trying to wash away that
Might as well get
initial
both
claim
done
of
at the
being
same
like entirely
time.
made in the US, because, as he goes on to mention, it's just not technically possible to make that kind of device in the States here, at that price point and at that development timeline. It's just not possible,
right?
Which is why it's no longer there, but the phone still doesn't exist, so they're still, I don't know, having a hard time developing it overseas too. I thought for sure they would have just farted out something very quick from like Alibaba and called it the Trump one, just to satisfy the people that gave him money, which is no doubt a lot of people. I think it was hundreds of thousands of people pre-ordered the Trump one, like the Trump phone, and they are still getting nothing. There's still nothing there with no answers and no expectation on when it's arriving. So, just wanted to give you a little check-in here in case you forgot about the Trump phone. It's not looking good. I'm sorry to tell you, sports fans, but it's looking like you got schmeckeldorfed. That's really about it. So yeah.
Alright, that's another one down. Alright, what else we got here? We have 2 Enfield videos, something about High Guard. The fuck is this? Mattel introduced the first ever autistic Barbie doll, which features flexible joints for hand flapping. I'm sorry, what? An autistic Barbie doll? Wait. Bruh. Why is there an autistic Barbie doll? Of all things, they're like, now we're gonna make an autistic Barbie doll.
The first autistic Barbie doll is part of the Fashionistas line. The doll features flexible joints for stimming, which is the term for hand flapping or similar gestures that some people with autism use to express excitement or process sensory information. The Barbie comes with a fidget spinner, noise-canceling headphones,
a fidget spinner and noise-canceling headphones. Damn.
Flat shoes, a flowy skirt for less fabric to skin contact, and a communication tablet to reflect various autistic experiences. Mattel has previously released dolls with Down syndrome, type 1 diabetes, blindness, vitiligo, hearing aids, and prosthetic legs.
I mean, there are different forms, but sometimes when you have, on the extreme cases of those symptoms, you'll have other things too. Because of what the stuff is tied to. Because, like, let me tell you this, though. None of those clients that are under these conditions at my workplace have that, like, extra tablet thing there, or whatever. But a lot of them are in wheelchairs. Like, there's a lot I see in wheelchairs, you know? There's a couple that are not, but it depends, I guess, on how far. Because the thing is, usually if there's something wrong with the thing there, if it's on the more serious end, you're going to probably get other complications too. Probably. It's not a causation or anything, it's just a correlation that would happen if there's, you know, you end up stacking other things on top. It's like crazy debuff stacking. Because of all different things that could be impacted. Oh, but yeah. That's crazy that they're making it a doll. Oh, but yeah. They're on the... This though is like on the lower end though, what they're going over here. Not on the more extreme ends. But yeah. That was something that like I would never have expected to see as a Barbie doll, but there we go. I do think though, to some extent it might be kind of rude where they're just like, oh yeah, here you go, have a fidget spinner and noise cancelling headphones on top. The other stuff, yes, I do get this, just in case. Sure. But to some extent it might feel kind of rude or offensive to some. That they're like, here, I'll put this too. The other stuff, sure. Okay. But yeah, we mark that one as seen. What the hell is this? Radioactive shrimp? What? What the fuck is this about radioactive shrimp?
Back in August, something strange happened.
Nearly 85,000 bags of radioactive contamination.
A frozen shrimp sold at Walmart.
Long-term exposure could increase cancer risk.
Walmart shrimp was radioactive, and the FDA was telling people all over the United States to throw it away. The most shocking thing, though, was what they weren't saying. How? How on earth did the shrimp become radioactive? What kind of mistake could even cause something like this?
Yeah, what
Or
happened?
perhaps, was it something more intentional? At the time, answers were nowhere to be found, and within days it seemed most people had forgotten that it had even happened, moving on to the next attention-grabbing headline. But we didn't forget, and luckily, neither did the investigators who solved this mystery. The alert originally came from the U.S. Customs and Border Protection. Multiple shipping containers were flagged for abnormal radiation levels all over the country at ports in LA, Houston, Savannah, and Miami. Following the alert, the FDA conducted laboratory testing on both the containers and the shrimp inside, which confirmed contamination of cesium-137. Any detection of this cesium isotope in food triggers a serious investigation, because this radioactive isotope doesn't exist in nature on its own, and has no business being in food or any food production and processing. Cesium-137 is a radioactive isotope created during nuclear fission, when heavier elements like uranium split apart inside
Why
nuclear
the hell did
reactors
that
or
get near
nuclear
shrimp?
weapons. Because it does not exist in large amounts naturally, when it is detected in the environment, it signals contamination from a man-made nuclear source. And again, this isotope being inside food is extremely rare and dangerous. Cesium-137 has a half-life of about 30 years, which means it remains radioactive for a long time and can persist in ecosystems, soil, and food chains. So you can see why countries would be frantic about finding the source of this contamination. If it's not contained in time and spreads to other places, its decay could be a huge health issue. The decaying of cesium-137 releases two types of radiation: beta particles, which can damage skin and tissues at close range, and gamma rays, which are far more penetrating and can move through the body and surrounding materials. Externally, a strong source nearby could expose someone to penetrating gamma radiation. Internally, the risk becomes much greater. If someone ingests or inhales cesium-137, the isotope can enter the bloodstream and settle into soft tissues. From there, it continues to irradiate surrounding cells. This chronic low-level internal exposure is dangerous because radiation can break chemical bonds, damage DNA, and steadily increase the risk of cancer over time. So, what did the US government do about this national health risk? In a dramatic speech on the Senate floor, Senator John Kennedy stood in front of a still image from the movie Alien and warned Americans,
Mr. President, this is a photograph of the alien from the movie Alien.
So why are you showing it to the
This
president?
is what you could end up looking like if you eat some of the raw, frozen shrimp being sent to the United States by other countries. If you eat it, how could you end up looking like the alien in the Alien?
Okay.
Because the shrimp was radioactive.
Damn.
I kid you not. It had a radioactive isotope in it called cesium-137. It'll kill you. Even if it doesn't turn you into the alien if you eat this stuff, I guarantee you'll grow an extra ear. This shrimp is grown in conditions that you can't possibly imagine. Dirty water. They shoot the shrimp full of antibiotics. I confess I didn't know they were shooting them full of this radioactive isotope.
Now, sorry to
Damn.
burst anyone's bubble, but
Yeah, I don't
no,
think so.
Cesium-137 exposure would not actually turn you into an alien, cause an alien to erupt from your chest, or even cause you to grow an extra ear. While Cesium-137 can be harmful at high doses or with prolonged internal exposure, there is no scientific basis for mutations or physical deformities, and certainly nothing resembling the sci-fi imagery Kennedy claimed. So, since Kennedy seems to be just as equally confused as he is confusing, let's have a look at 2 documented cases of Cesium-137 exposure and see what horrors it's truly capable of. The Goiânia accident, which occurred in September 1987 in the Brazilian state of Goiás, is considered one of the worst radiological accidents in history. It began when 2 scrap metal scavengers...
It's like, yeah, he's wrong, but like, you still shouldn't have cesium. You know? You still don't want the fucking radioactive material in your food. It's the wrong outcome he mentioned, but like, you know.
Roberto dos Santos Alves and Wagner Mota Pereira broke into an abandoned private clinic for cancer treatment on the night of September 13th, 1987, and found a teletherapy machine. They didn't know what the device was, only that it looked valuable, so they dismantled it enough to move it and took the device to Roberto's home in a wheelbarrow. That night, both thieves began feeling sick. Roberto and Wagner were both vomiting, but Wagner was in worse shape. He was experiencing diarrhea while feeling dizzy. His left hand was also swelling up suspiciously. But when Wagner Pereira went to get checked out by a doctor 2 days later, on the 15th of September, he was sent home with a diagnosis of food poisoning. The next day, Roberto was successful in opening up the device and found a small capsule. He then broke the capsule open with a screwdriver, revealing the substance inside that was glowing in a deep blue tone. To someone who had no idea what it was, it must have looked downright mystical. Roberto went on scooping it out of the capsule to have a closer look. The substance was powdery, so he thought maybe it was a cool type of gunpowder. He tried a lighter to test it out, but it wouldn't ignite. Roberto and Wagner ended up selling the device to a scrapyard owned by Dever Alves Ferreira. Dever was so intrigued by the glowing material that he brought it to his house and showed the mysterious blue glowing substance to his family and neighbors. That night, his wife Maria Gabriela started feeling sick, but they didn't think anything of it. A week went by with the glowing capsule admired and handled by many. His brother, Ivo, even scooped some of it up to take to his home nearby and spread it on the floor where his daughter liked to sit. The 6-year-old girl, Lady das Neves Ferreira, admired the blue light coming from the powder, eating an egg while watching its shiny glow, and even smearing some of the powder on her body to show her mother how she could glow too. Lady, along with her mother Lourdes, also got sick. In the meantime, Dever was able to sell the capsule to another scrapyard, but his wife Maria Gabriela couldn't shake off the feeling that something was wrong. She had begun to notice that so many people around them had been feeling so severely ill all of a sudden. With news of her sister-in-law also getting sick, she took the medical device from the scrapyard Dever sold it to and brought it to the hospital to have it checked out. By that time, it had been 15 days since the radiotherapy device had been stolen. Thanks to a visiting medical physicist's scintillation counter, the hospital quickly confirmed that the substance was radioactive and immediately notified officials. But the work ahead was insurmountable. Over the course of several days, dozens of people had been exposed to the radioactive substance before authorities realized a radiological event was unfolding. People had touched it, rubbed it on their skin, carried it from house to house, let children play with it. The glowing substance was in a dust form and had transferred easily to hands, hair, furniture, and anything it came in contact with families unknowingly spreading microscopic particles of Cesium-137 through houses, clothes, food, and even soil that it had accidentally been sprinkled on. And what happens when these people were exposed to cesium-137, you might ask? In this case, the radioactive isotope harmed people in two main ways: external gamma exposure and internal contamination. The glowing blue powder emitted strong gamma radiation, which penetrates deeply into the body, damaging tissues and organs even from a distance. But the bigger danger came from internal contamination, when people like Ivo's 6-year-old daughter, Lady, accidentally ingested the cesium dust when she was eating an egg on the floor after playing with the magical glowing glitter. Once inside the body, cesium gets distributed widely throughout soft tissues, especially muscle. This internal irradiation continues for as long as the isotope remains inside the person, delivering radiation that damages DNA and rapidly dividing cells. And, well, there's no easy way to get it out of the cells once it's in. The girl had to be taken from her home by an international team of experts to the hospital, where she was confined to an isolation room due to the medical staff's fear of being exposed themselves. The little girl's whole upper body swelled up, and her kidneys and lungs shut down. She suffered internal bleeding, while her hair fell out in clumps, with nothing left to do for Lady. On October 23rd, 1 month after she was first exposed to the cesium, she passed away from generalized infection and septicemia, or blood poisoning. In addition to Lady's unfortunate death, with the news of the incident being broadcast on local and national channels, worried Goianians crowded in hospitals to get checked out in fear that they had been exposed. Out of almost 130,000 people, 249 were found to be contaminated by the cesium-137. Some of them even still had some residue found on their skin, and 20 of those people had to undergo treatment for radiation sickness. The two thieves, Roberto and Wagner, got off relatively easy. Wagner, who was sent home with a food poisoning diagnosis, had held the capsule in his hand and had a burn in the same shape and size of the capsule's aperture. Doctors had to amputate several of his fingers in order to save the rest of his hand. Roberto, on the other hand, had it worse, since he had tinkered longer with the capsule in order to dislodge it from the device. With the prolonged exposure to the cesium-137, his right forearm became ulcerated and was eventually amputated. While the scrapyard owner, De Ferreira, survived, his wife, Maria Gabriela, who had solved the mysterious illness around her, wasn't so lucky. Even with treatment, she suffered from internal bleeding in her limbs, eyes, and digestive tract. Her hair fell out in clumps like her niece Lady, and she suffered through mental confusion, diarrhea, and renal insufficiency before passing away from septicemia and general infection, just like Lady. The other two people who passed away from the incident were two of DeVere's employees, 18-year-old Edmilson Alves de Souza and 22-year-old Israel Batista dos Santos. They had both worked on the radioactive source to extract different materials for the scrapyard and died within a day of each other. For the remaining people who had been exposed to the radioactive dust, the health effects were severe. Many of them developed acute radiation syndrome, vomiting, diarrhea, profound weakness, skin burns that developed days later, massive organs and tissue damage, and dramatic drops in white blood cells and platelets. And even though most of the people could be treated, cleanup also had to be done for the neighborhood where the glowing blue powder had been passed around. Entire homes had to be demolished, with topsoil removed from several sites. Countless personal belongings were also destroyed to contain the contamination. The Goiânia accident ultimately became a prime example of why cesium-137 is treated so seriously today. It spreads easily. It is nearly invisible once not glowing. It can enter the body through multiple routes, and its gamma emissions can inflict life-threatening damage. Another well-known cesium-137 exposure incident happened in Kramatorsk, Ukraine in the 80s. Over several years, residents of an apartment began suffering unexplained illnesses. 2 teenage children in the family died of leukemia, followed by their mother. When the remaining father moved out, another family moved in with their son, who soon died of leukemia as well. The father of the second family thought something was fishy, so he started demanding answers. Doctors were puzzled because the pattern resembled radiation sickness, but there was no known exposure. The true cause wasn't discovered until 1989, when inspectors brought a Geiger counter to the apartment during a final investigation. The device registered extremely high gamma radiation coming from inside the wall next to the children's room, right by one of their beds. After breaking the concrete open, they discovered that embedded in the wall was a tiny capsule of cesium-137. Investigators eventually found out how it got into the wall in the first place, and we actually have a whole video about it that we'll leave a link to in the description below if you'd like to learn more. But unlike Goiânia, where people were internally contaminated by particles of cesium-137, the Kramatorsk victims had suffered continuous external irradiation from a point source only a few feet away from where they slept. This type of long-term exposure damages bone marrow and rapidly dividing cells, creating a dramatically higher risk of cancers such as leukemia. What officials were worried about in the radioactive shrimp case was ongoing exposure for millions of people if contaminated products entered the food supply. Even small amounts can be radiotoxic if they accumulate in the body, and the gamma radiation it emits can increase long-term cancer risk. They needed to find the source of the cesium-137 contamination as soon as possible. So, how did it get in the shrimp? Well, all of the shipping containers that arrived in LA, Houston, Savannah, and Miami had something in common. They all came from the same place. A supply chain review connected the radioactive shrimp to Indonesian exporter PT Bahari Makmur Sejati, also known as BMS Foods, and subsequently to distributors in the States, including Walmart's Great Value label, Southwind Foods, and Aquastar. And even though no confirmed contaminated packages were found in stores, the FDA issued warnings and recalls to pull the shrimp products off of store shelves out of precaution. The discovery did not begin with a complaint where someone got seriously sick or from random food testing after the shrimp was distributed. Thankfully, radiation monitoring from Homeland Security designed to detect nuclear materials caught the contaminated shrimp shipments before they could ever make it to stores. But detecting the radioactive material and preventing its distribution is only one part of the story. Now, both the US and Indonesian government officials had to trace the investigation back to the origin point. Where in Indonesia did these BMS Foods containers come from? And why were they contaminated? Tracing back the specific containers, BMS Foods found out that the ones that were found to have signs of radioactivity had been passing through an industrial zone called Shikandi Industrial Estate in Banten province on the island of Java, a little over an hour drive from Jakarta, the capital of Indonesia. The government cordoned off the industrial zone entirely. In the meantime, online rumors ran rampant, with people debating if the shrimp were contaminated by the Fukushima nuclear power plant accident of 2011. Disaster struck when a massive earthquake triggered a tsunami that ravaged Japan's northeastern coast. The tsunami overwhelmed the Fukushima Daiichi nuclear power plant, leading to core meltdowns in 3 reactors. Hydrogen explosions damaged several reactor buildings, and significant amounts of radioactive material escaped into the air and sea. Large releases of iodine-131, cesium-134, and cesium-137 spread across surrounding land and into the Pacific Ocean. This contamination created measurable levels of cesium in seawater and marine organisms near Japan in the years following the accident. The disaster prompted global concern about long-term ocean contamination, especially with cesium-137's 30-year half-life. Contamination in the ocean can also travel long distances in marine currents, and is impossible to really treat once it's inside the water. Which is why, years after the incident, Fukushima returned to the news when Japan began releasing treated wastewater from the plant into the Pacific. This water had been stored on-site for over a decade and underwent filtration to remove most radionuclides through a system called ALPS, which stands for Advanced Liquid Processing System. While the filtration removed cesium-137 and most other isotopes, it could not remove tritium, a low-energy radioactive form of hydrogen. Instead, they diluted it heavily with seawater, which is the procedure on how to handle radioactive waste. Japan started to discharge this treated water gradually into the ocean in 2023. This sparked massive controversy and backlash, and reignited fears about radioactive contamination in seafood, despite regulatory approval from the International Atomic Energy Agency. Given this context, when US regulators detected cesium-137 in shrimp shipments, many people assumed a connection to the Fukushima meltdown. However, experts had a different theory. In the Indonesian investigation, one of the most important clues came from shipping containers stored inside the cordoned-off Cikandi Modern Industrial Estate, where the seafood processors for BMS Foods operated. When Indonesian regulators and radiation safety officials began scanning the area, they discovered that several containers sitting inside the industrial zone registered abnormal levels of gamma radiation. According to reporting by The Guardian and AP News, some of these containers measured well above background radiation, strong enough that they immediately signaled the presence of cesium-137, and the location of the containers were concentrated to one spot, near a steel manufacturer company called Peter Metal Technology that processed scrap metal. With the proximity of the metal processing facility, investigators started reconstructing the contamination pathway that led to the irradiated containers sitting in the industrial area. There were a few ways that the contamination might have spread. One possibility is that a lost industrial gauge or medical device containing cesium-137, like in our previous cases from Brazil and Ukraine, might have been unknowingly smelted by the metal processing company. When this happens, the cesium can aerosolize or fragment into fine particles that settle onto nearby surfaces, like the shipping container sitting outside. The ways that cesium-laden dust or metal particulates could have spread beyond the smelter's property by wind, foot traffic, shared equipment, or movement of materials, just like how the blue powder was easily spread in the Goiânia case. If this theory is correct, it would explain how the contamination remained in the industrial area instead of appearing broadly across Indonesia's coastlines or shrimp farms, which would have been a massive issue altogether. Thankfully, the contaminated containers actually were evidence against the theory that the radioactive material was coming from the ocean. But can it be proven that this is actually what happened? The way scientists can often distinguish the origin of cesium contamination is by looking at the ratio of cesium-134 to cesium-137. Nuclear reactor accidents like Fukushima release a mixture of both isotopes. Cesium-134 has a short half-life of about 2 years, meaning it decays quickly. After Fukushima in 2011, seawater and fish near Japan showed a recognizable fingerprint, elevated cesium-137 accompanied by detectable cesium-134. Even more than a decade later, trace amounts of cesium-134 could still confirm that the contamination originally came from a reactor accident, because cesium-134 does not exist in significant amounts in weapons test fallout or most industrial sources. This dual isotope presence creates a signature that can be used to link contamination to a meltdown event. Industrial radiological sources, however, such as medical teletherapy devices, density gauges, well logging tools, or scrap metal containing orphan cesium-137 capsules, typically contain pure cesium-137 with no cesium-134 present. When such a source is accidentally melted in a smelter or broken open, the resulting contamination shows a single isotope profile, cesium-137 alone. Investigators examining the Indonesian shrimp-related contamination reported that the cesium detected did not show a dual isotope signature. No cesium-134, only 137. This strongly suggested a local industrial origin, not a reactor meltdown like Fukushima. Now that officials knew where the contamination was coming from, they could then move on to mitigating the damage. The first step, getting in contact with a steel manufacturing company, was an unexpected issue for them. The theory of an accidentally smelted cesium capsule being the culprit was very likely, but getting Peter Metal Technology to open up for investigation? That wasn't going to happen. Not wanting to admit to negligence, the management of the company had fled to China as the police launched a criminal investigation. It appeared that 20 factories linked to the Jakandi industrial estate were affected by the contamination. The facility that processes shrimp was only a mile away from the metal smelting facility, and another facility manufacturing footwear in the area was tied to boxes of sneakers flagged for traces of radiation by Dutch authorities in the Netherlands earlier in the year. Hanif Faisal Nurafik, Indonesia's environment minister, explained that the radiation level measured in Jakandi reached 1,000 microsieverts. In an interview with Nuclear Newswire, Steve Bigalki, chair of nuclear and radiological engineering at the Georgia Institute of Technology, said, 50 hours in such an environment would give us our annual worker dose within the United States. 9 employees working in the area were found to have exposure to cesium-137 and subsequently treated at Jakarta in a government hospital. With the industrial area decontaminated, a radiation monitoring portal was installed in Jakarta to prevent this from happening again.
The damn stuff's radioactive.
So how true were Kennedy's claims about this radioactive contamination?
Called cesium-137. It'll kill you. Even if it doesn't turn you into the alien if you eat this stuff, I guarantee you'll grow an extra year.
The FDA's limit for cesium-137 in food is 1,200 becquerels per kilogram. The samples from the shipping containers measured around 68 becquerels per kilogram, meaning it was more than 17 times lower than the level considered concerning for human health. The FDA has also stated that no illnesses have been reported. So while the recall was absolutely the right move from a food safety perspective, there was no need for people to panic. Kennedy's claims that the radioactive contamination would cause deaths if eaten was not true. A lethal radiation dose requires either sustained internal exposure or proximity to a high-activity source, such as a lost industrial capsule. Even if someone hypothetically ate shrimp at the measured contamination level, the dose would be negligible, orders of magnitude below what is known to cause radiation sickness, cancer, or organ damage.
You forget they're Americans. How big are their portion sizes?
I confess I didn't know they were shooting them.
How would you know they won't eat enough?
Isotope.
His assertion that Indonesia was injecting
Right,
shrimp
it's like they
full of
forget.
radioactive isotopes and antibiotics is also factually wrong. The radioactive isotope was not injected into shrimp or used in aquaculture. The contamination was surface level in the form of dust. And lastly, Kennedy claimed that the contaminated shrimp had been sold inside the U.S.
The FDA and NOAA, which I'll talk about in a second, found that there were 26,460 packages of shrimp cocktail and 18,000 bags of frozen cooked shrimp being sold once again at Walmart and at Kroger's throughout the United States, containing the same radioactive isotope. How could this happen in America? This is unconscionable.
Even though Kennedy said that Walmart and Kroger sold the radioactive shrimp, in actuality, no confirmed contaminated products ever made it onto store shelves. Border Patrol would have detected the radiation before that. Despite this, retailers still voluntarily pulled products from the shelves just because they came from the same Indonesian supplier, not because they tested positive.
Okay.
Another question with this whole thing is, why does the US have to import shrimp all the way?
Like, that's what I'm saying, right? It's like, the freaking portion sizes for some of these people are crazy. Don't they have, like, that restaurant in Vegas or whatever the heart attack went on? Where, like, what they eat is just like, what the fuck? I've seen videos of, like, what the fuck? How the people eat all that? Like, how?
Away from Indonesia. The United States does catch and farm
It's
some of its own
crazy.
shrimp, particularly in the Gulf of Mexico. Louisiana historically lands some of the highest volumes of wild shrimp, followed by Texas, Alabama, and Florida. Yet domestic production covers only a small fraction of what Americans consume, and shrimp is the single most popular seafood in the country.
Shrimp is the food of the sea. You can barbecue it, boil it,
It's just like, how?
bake it, saute it, made shrimp kebabs, shrimp creole, shrimp gumbo, pan fried, deep fried, stir fried. There's pineapple shrimp, lemon shrimp, coconut shrimp, pepper shrimp, shrimp soup, shrimp stew, shrimp salad, shrimp and potatoes, shrimp burger, shrimp sandwich.
The thing is, global exporters can ship huge volumes at lower costs than American shrimpers can match. This has caused domestic fleets to shrink over the years, as fuel prices, labor costs, and increasingly severe storms in the Gulf make shrimping more expensive and risky. Domestic shrimp farming is also limited due to more land costs, regulatory requirements, and environmental considerations compared to countries like Indonesia, Vietnam, Thailand, and India, where aquaculture dominates the seafood economy. The large-scale pond farming that they do year-round would be extremely difficult and expensive to replicate in the U.S. As a result, more than 90% of shrimp eaten in the U.S. is imported, largely from Southeast Asia and even Latin American countries like Ecuador and Mexico. If Americans were to theoretically source more of their shrimp from domestic fisheries, consumers would need to accept higher prices and more seasonal availability. At the end of the day, looking at the big picture, with the size of their national appetite for shrimp, Americans lean heavily on foreign aquaculture. Framing isolated rejected batches as proof that imported shrimp is unsafe and then imposing tariffs that raise prices across the board ultimately leaves consumers paying more for less. And that's not really great value, is it?
Yep.
Thanks for watching. Before you go, we want to share a quick but important update.
But also, if, like, even if it was the case, right, putting tariffs on it won't actually help do anything. Because then, like, if people are still bringing it in and buying it, if that really was the case, the stuff will still spread. Like, the tariff stuff is stupid. It's not gonna change anything. It's run by a nutrition and dietary doctor who got sick of trying to get people healthy and just said, fuck it, yep. Yep. I heard about that. Okay, I guess we can just switch to the other thing now. Other mode. Gotta fix the window size. But yeah, it's just crazy. Alright. I'll take the Lumi Seed. Get more stats. Alright, cool. God damn it. It's doing this shit. Alright. Let's see. But I still gotta get these ones, the last couple of blueprints. This shit's annoying, having to do all this shit. Just to get those wedges.
I stand watch on the
Oh,
shore
great.
of the river of life.
At least I'm almost done farming this shit. It's like, what, 4 more runs? And then the thing resets next week. It sucks, man. Honestly, nah. The shit you farm is so painful. Like, it is really painful and honestly not great. Oh, damn it. God damn it, that's also useless. Also, weapon damage is like garbage in this game, which is really dumb. This is not gonna be a good run. It's gonna be annoying. Like, actually, no, I don't recommend it. I do not. EnVtuber is like kind of a disaster too, in its own other way. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you guys, if you want to play a factory game, go play an actual factory game, don't play EnVtuber. Like, if you actually want to go play a factory game, go play games like Factorio, go play games like Shapes, go play Satisfactory. Go play that game we played that other day as well, Star Rupture. Go play Shapes. Go play Dyson Sphere Program. You'll have a way better time. Like, actually. And I get the feeling the factory stuff, which is already feels very half-assed in EnVtuber, is going to suffer the same fate as the TV mode in ZZZ. At some point, it's probably gonna get the TV mode treatment. And Minecraft with mods, there's a lot of cool factory mods with Minecraft. I remember back when I was in elementary school, like, when, like, Minecraft was new and shit. I would play with, like, some friends as well. Like, one of the things in Minecraft we would do, mods we would play way back when was, Tekkit. And I was like super into like the factory stuff you could do with Tekkit. It was like on like a really, really old version of Minecraft. But yeah. It is what it is. Wait. Is my microphone working out? Okay. Alright, let's see. If you just click it fast enough, you don't even need to pay attention to crack it. Because I realized I scrambled the actual thing. After a while. Alright, let's see. Hi there, Corrupted Crystal. Welcome, welcome. Alright, what else do I want to grab here? Or maybe I go after that. Now I'll just grab this.
All verdicts are in the name of just meet your demise within these chains.
But yeah, like, speaking of the factory stuff we were talking about earlier, I do want to play more Star Rupture sometime again.
The law shall recount your
Maybe we'll play more of it later this week. Because I still haven't finished all the content that they have in their early access build.
No escape from the Inferno's grasp. Meet your demise within these chains. Present your final plea.
on the shore of the river of life. Night turns to be. Patience shall carry me through.
Alright. This one. Over here. Just grab that. I wish I got rid of like that random dialogue that you would get popping up in there. Because every time I go through it, it's kind of annoying. But I've also done this literally hundreds of times. Gone through this thing. No, there's no energy system, but farming for stuff is pain. It's a pain, especially when I have to do this stupid mode over and over again. Having to do this shit like 70 times per reset, per monthly reset is annoying. 70 times. Just so I can get all the wedges. Because for some reason they're like, ah, yeah, we'll add FOMO to this. And make it the only way to get a specific type of wedges for certain characters to use. But there are like dumb systems that are still in here that really shouldn't. Alright. Yeah, them on. That's just this. Hey, you wanna know you wanna know how painful it is to go grind one maxed out wedge? The pain for that? Oh no, it's for a specific thing. I'll show it later. It's like a mess. This is for one specific type. And this is you only use these ones for the characters that change their weapon with a skill. And this is exclusively for characters that change their stuff with a skill. Meaning it's only applicable to like 4 characters right now. Because there's only 4 characters that do that in the game at the moment. Oh no, you wanna know how like it's like 18 to 22 hours of grinding to max out one wedge. And I'll show you like just how messed up it can be. Yeah, where's strength upgrade? It's not RNG. Well, actually no, part of it is RNG. But the RNG part is like the annoying part. But it's not like on everything. I'll show you. Yes, you can. There is a lock button for wedges.
Your money or your life. Oh gosh, how am I supposed to mount a walking arsenal? See ya!
I say, I never played Warframe. No, I'll show you what I mean, like how dumb some of the stuff is. Because it still has like some of the stupid mobile game shit in here too. For certain things. That really shouldn't be here. Wait, you got an ad? Or what? Wait, no, you just oh, nice. Oh, never mind. I thought you got an ad or something. But yeah, you can lock them. There is a button to do it. The only one benefit to this, having a mobile version, is you can use Android emulators to AFK farm some stuff, if you know what you're doing. Easier for scripting, which I may or may not do. I haven't really touched the event stuff yet. Most of them are kind of worthless. If I'm gonna be honest. But yeah, I'll show you. I'll show you the pain with the wedges and stuff. How daily reset happened. I know. But yeah, like, you have to do Mystic Maze to get... Wait, let me just... So, like, for some characters... Like, Lizbel, if you notice, she has a consonants weapon. These wedges, the only place you can get them is from Mystic Maze. You can only get 2 blueprints for these a month. For these ones. And like the way this shit works with these wedges. Right. Your main place to farm wedges is here. It's just that to get the gold wedges, after you get to a certain point, you have to get the blueprints. So some of them are rare drops from level 80 things here. Right. But the problem is that then after you get that, you need to also have the purple or the blue ones for some of them to craft them. And they can be expensive. One sec. this. It's a feature. It's not a bug, it's a feature now. Right? It's not a bug, it's a feature. Yeah, it's a feature. I got it so good I upload that as like a clip or something later. It's pretty funny. Right? It's like, yeah, like this guys, you gotta remember that one. The flooding severe. What only returns that I have to something. Yeah. It doesn't work, it depends on the boss. This is Seraph, it actually works like really well on Seraph. If I kill the clone. Seraph, it depends on the boss you're fighting. It depends on the boss you're fighting. That's my UID. That's my account, you know? That's like my everything. I gave them my everything and they're like, nope. So I don't know what happened anymore. Yeah, 'cause they have like a really high playtime too. Right? This is ToFLive. Nothing for Bieber. He just stopped riding. I want his unicorn head. Should put a feature avatar on the ID. I see. I see. Yeah, Genshin does need a competitor. There's Pickard. And it runs all the way over there again. What the? Did it just fly? Impossible. They'll be able to catch it from the front. Maybe we should go the other way? Well, there's a Cypress, so it's come. Why does this thing keep going so weakly? There's like nothing for me to claim. You got to PR32 and that's it for now. I mean, congrats on making it that far. Right? Congrats on making it that far. You struggle. You struggle. We got him to use struggle. You got him to use struggle. His ace Pokemon was the Kamala that got walled into the use struggle. What the? I don't think I should really do it. I found the card. I'm flying. We're flying, guys. I'm how you clear a maze. I was randomly gaining altitude from that. The fuck? I was like gonna glide a little bit, and then I went up. And then went back down. I think I'll be fine. Probably. Did a thing, guys! I did a thing! I did a thing! I've seen all sorts of weird shit happen. Right? You should see what happened with freaking King's Raid. I used to play that shit like all the time. Wait, I just did a daily in here? I just got a daily completed in here. That is hilarious. But yeah, it still feels like especially holding the cube. The fact that it also the idle animations too. It's just ridiculous. Macaque. Okay, we're fighting Macaque. What kind of name is that? Wait. Yeah, some people stop at 115, 113. Yeah, they are hardcore. Mm-hmm. Well, let's see the first one to do 120. Infantry. Oh yeah, of course. The whale, the Claudia Crow setup. It's gonna teleport me now, watch. It teleports me back in here. It replenished everything and teleported me back. You've already almost died. can travel to the other side. That might be faster than just like teleporting there. Actually. Someone's gonna get drugs for this. I know, it's great. It's great, man. I mean, let's do it in network.